やる気を感じませんね。
Oh no, my character is fresh apparently. Oh, it's just annoying. I don't care.
You know the bit at this point, the character sucks. Bridget's always been an odd character in Strive just due to how she's always been treading the balance of the game. A super popular character but has no presence in the online or offline scene, so looking at her you think that maybe nobody plays her. And I'm including onlines by when it comes to tournaments. She basically has no presence. There's like maybe 3 or 4 players that really play her. And in recent history, she's been more known to be a mid-tier character, or maybe a character that's struggling but not really the worst. And as of now, a lot of players and Bridget mains come to a consensus that Bridget is struggling this patch, definitely a weaker character. Why is she lacking in Strive? Well, in today's video, we're going to talk about some of the issues that the character has and makes her a real struggler. Also, if you see this, I'm trying to see how many videos I can do in the one day. So if you see this in the next video or the video after that, I was balling, but we're about to find out. So one thing you immediately need to talk about when it comes to Bridget is the risk reward versus every other character. She is a very squishy character, so if she gets hit, she takes so much goddamn damage. If she plays against an Agora Yuki, that's a character that can play neutral against her and turn her health bar into red. If she plays against Potemkin, that's a character she can keep pressure on, but then it comes into the next issue. If he ever gets out, that's a character that can put pressure on you and kill you in 2 interactions. While playing against another lower damage character like Melia, for example, she can explode you with certain hits, and it's the same with Axel, it's the same with Leo. Point being, you're going to get exploded no matter the matchup. Boss can explode you if he wants. So your health isn't good, and then you mix that with the next factor, your damage isn't good. Your damage across the board is really lacking, and there's very few tools that can give you a ton of damage like counter at 2H. It's insane. In the same patch that Bridget does minuscule amounts of damage on some of her pokes and her key attacks, Axel is doing a ton of damage on those same type of pokes. It feels like a lot of the damage for Bridget is supposed to be designed where she accumulates it over time off of many interactions. Melia is known for doing that, and other rushdowns like Chip are known for doing that. Except those characters have specific tools that are made to cash out for a ton. Chip, if he gets a counter at 2S or 2H or 5H, can go into rope to do a ton of damage. Melia, off of certain attacks and with the right setup with Bad Moon, can deal a ton of damage. It feels like Bridget's best setups for high damage is only off of counter at 2H. Everything else doesn't really lead into a ton of damage. I think the goal is to build risk with the character, as that's like the only avenue for damage, but there's so many issues that go against you. FD exists, which negates risk. Burst gets rid of risk. And on block stun, depending on guts and character health, the risk is lower or higher depending on what the tool was. And for Bridget, she has a lot of low priority for risk. So her damage isn't good, and she gets out damaged and can die in 2 hits. Now it's time for some of the neutral issues, and one of them is 5H into 5H. 5H is a really good button. It's got some good reach, great counter hit starter, but it doesn't really have a disjoint or anything like that. It's just kind of a good long reach and fast normal. And one thing that made this tool good was being able to do 5H into 5H into Scoot, which allowed her to take Oki, but now that's -2, so you can't really do anything with that Oki. You're going to get thrown every time. And our new role, which looks like a good special tool for neutral, is a really dead tool. It could get her caught in a ton of scenarios and is very awkward to use. It's genuinely a bad tool to go for. It has setups on safe jumps, I believe, but that's about it. This is not good as a neutral tool. Far from it. And the other thing that affects our neutral to a massive degree is the yo-yo. Yo-yo is a pretty good projectile tool to keep the opponent in lock in the corner or just to send out, as it was very safe on block, as in I think it was plus. Now it's -2 on block, making it a difficult tool to use for pressure. Unless you've got a spacing trap setup, which Bridget is good at doing, she's going to get bet on a ton of these interactions. If she's up against like maybe a bike, and she could get interrupted. And if she's against Fast, he's escaping every time. One problem that she has in high level of play, it comes to her offense. A lot of it is really IB-able. does require the opponent to get insanely good at defense. This is why I'm saying it's only really a high level issue. Most people that are watching this video will never come across it. Instant blocking makes it so a lot of our pressure tools that are minus on block are now punishable up close, either with a throw or a jab or something like that. And because of that, it means all of her pressure tools as an ender aren't safe to go towards. They're all punishable by some degree. Now, this is common with a lot of other characters. If you get really good at instant blocking into throw, it's amazing counters to characters like Kai. Kai gets countered hard when you do it on his dire class. But Bridget's issues is that this is on every normal and every special, so there's no way for her to play it cool if the opponent gets good at IBing. And one of the big issues this patch was to do with DP. For most characters, this isn't really an issue. If anything, it's fine, it's good. When you do a DP, you go back to neutral now in this patch. There's no way to run offense after a DP or a flash kick hitting. Except there's a problem with Bridget. Whenever she does a DP, it's a multi-hitting DP. It's not a 2-hitter, it's not a 1-hitter, it's like a 7-hitter. And because of that, there's a lot of jank interactions that can happen with this DP. Let's say you DP the disjoint on the multi-hit portion. That means it didn't get hit by the last hit of the DP, leaving the opponent in a state where they're going to get up a lot quicker while Bridget is still recovering from the DP on hit, making her punishable. It's not a rare scenario, but it's not a common scenario. These scenarios can happen without a doubt, but it's not something where I'm all like, oh, that's a game changer. I think to myself, that's an issue with characters with good disjoints. And that leads into our last problem. Matchups. Matchups are very good at delaying her health, and she loses to a lot of them. And it doesn't even come down to that she's a bad character. Her neutral pokes are great. 2H is a good poke, far slash is a good poke, 5H is a good poke. And all of her special moves come together to make a pretty good character. It's just that every matchup either do what she does better or kill her for existing. And that is the problem with playing Bridget in this patch. Looking at her toolkit, it's not that bad. But because the damage is so low and she has to play the game more often than the opponent, she suffers. And that is why Bridget is suffering in this patch. There's probably more stuff out there that can convey you that Bridget is struggling this patch, but that is everything that I was able to find through asking questions and watching tournaments. I don't think she's the worst character, as there's characters that are definitely in a similar position in terms of struggling, but she is in a bad spot for sure. Maybe like a bottom 5, bottom 4 definite character. That is it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to like, sub, hype, and comment what you think about Bridget. I want to hear what you're thinking. And also keep in mind, if you see me in this tomorrow, it means I locked in today. That's all I'm going to say. It means I locked in today. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. See ya.
Not good. Not good, Bridget. It's not a good situation.
Well, maybe not. Coming up next is Andrew. Andrew wants to talk about God being real. Whoa. Andrew, you are on with Jovan and Dalton. If you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, boss. I'm 30, and it's he, him.
Cool. 30 and he, him. Okay, Andrew. You, as stated before, Dalton and I don't believe in God. We don't believe there is compelling or sufficient evidence for his existence. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
Yeah, I disagree. And science is why.
Can you not be vague for me?
Yeah, sure. I'll elaborate. If you guys will allow me.
We will not.
it's a scientific fact that there are 11 dimensions that exist, right? And we live in the third dimension. It's also very widely known that in science, when you're trying to measure something that's unmeasurable, you usually take something that's very minute that you already know and expand on that, right?
I just
So
want to,
let's
before
take,
we
for
get too deep
example, like,
into it, there is a theory,
uh
like specifically it's string theory and M theory that talk about 11 dimensions, but that's not been like proven or replicatable at all. It's just like proposed that there could be this thing.
So it's not even a theory. It's
Yeah, we only
And
have
that was
even a
verified four.
hypothesis.
We've
if
only
it's not
verified
proven.
4 dimensions, and we operate in all of them.
right. And well, to my point, that's actually very interesting. But to my point, that even then, so if there's 4 different dimensions, right, and we operate within all of them, even outside of that, like there's 4 of them in our world. So to say that there's not more, and that's the reason why the theory is there in the first place, right, is because that there are. Because there's no
when we say
scientific
there are
fact
4
saying that there
dimensions in
isn't.
space-time, what does that mean?
Say that again. It's space and time. The space-time
No, when
continuum.
we say there are 4 dimensions in space-time, what is being said?
So there's, I would assume that means that there's different dimensional life beings,
No.
No,
right?
all
So you have
all
the
that the
second
theory of
dimension,
relativity is
like
saying is that
there's
there's 4
time,
dimensions.
space.
No. There's length, there's width, there's height, and there's time.
Yeah.
That's it.
and we have no
Okay.
evidence of there being any like sort of organism that exists like as a one-dimensional organism or as a two-dimensional organism. All we have are these guys, these three-dimensional organisms, and we're not aware of there being any higher dimensions where higher dimensional organisms live. We have no evidence of that, and until we have evidence of that, we're not really justified in believing that. Are you trying to make the claim that God is like a being of one of these higher dimensions? Because if that's the case, we don't have any real good reason to think that that's a real thing.
No, I understand, but also there would be two-dimensional beings relative to our view, right? So relative to us as a entity, looking at another organism or a living entity, relative to our vision, they are two-dimensional, right?
Name them. What are these two-dimensional organisms?
A microorganism.
They're all
You
three-dimensional.
look at a microorganism under, right? But when I said relative to our view, right?
But not
so when we're
relative.
looking at
In
them
reality,
through a microscope, they are
in reality, they exist in all the same dimensions we do.
Okay, well, even then, right? So do you believe in the Big Bang?
Yep.
Okay. And where do you think that the Big Bang came from?
We don't know. But
Okay.
if we stick God in
I
there,
agree.
that's just a God of the gaps fallacy, isn't it? The best answer is
Right,
I don't know.
no,
But I will say this. Because you can't get something from nothing, and we do currently have something, and we don't have evidence of the supernatural and only evidence of the natural, therefore, I would just say the universe has always existed in one form or another.
Yeah, and I agree with that as well. I definitely agree with that. I guess where I'm trying to go is everything in the world in our universe is very alike because it comes from the same origin, right? Everything, when it comes to the living beings
How do
on
we know
Earth,
that
we all
we
have
can get
extreme
something out of
similarities,
nothing?
a lot of differences in unique ways, but
I guess.
for the most part, the core foundation is fairly similar to each other, regardless of the organism, right? Same thing with the planets. Planets are vastly different and unique.
Of evolution. It's because of evolution.
Right,
we all come
right,
from
and
one universal common ancestor. It has nothing to do with the God, though.
God is the universal
right. But where I'm going with
ancestor.
this is, if everything were to come from one origin and this Big Bang and everything like that, then that means, to your point, that means under your belief that we are here by chance. And what would be the statistical, the mathematical chance for our existence? It would be an astronomical anomaly, would it not?
As long as it's not a 0% chance, then I would say it's 100% because it happened. Also, if the universe has always existed, and therefore you had an infinite number of chances for a universe like ours to arise, then it doesn't matter how low the chances are. Like, for example, Andrew, if you had, and this is a classical example, if you had a room full of infinite monkeys on typewriters, would one of them eventually produce like the entire work of Romeo and Juliet?
Of course.
Oh, 100%, 100%. They would do it
Monkeys and
multiple times.
typewriters.
Yeah, and if the universe has always existed, and in one form or another, time goes back infinitely, then eventually you would just get a universe like this, wouldn't you?
Right. So does that mean that?
Yeah, and it would repeat plenty of times.
Which requires no God.
Yeah, 100%. Right, but to that point, right? So if we're here by chance or we're an astronomical anomaly, right? What would be the statistical chance of there being a God? To that point, to your belief, if there is, if we are an anomaly, how much greater would the anomaly be?
0% chance of a God under the current model we have.
And what's the evidence behind that? That we're the anomaly, but that has 0% chance of happening for a God to be created, or someone that we would see as supernatural.
Our current iteration of the universe is no more of an anomaly than any other iteration of the universe. Like, if I like threw a bunch of cards into the air and they landed in a certain way, what's the statistics about whether or not the cards would land in this specific pattern? It's very low, right?
Right.
But it did, because you throw the cards up in the air enough, bound to be every single version of that is going to be very low, but it is just chance. So our universe currently as it exists might be statistically very low that it would come to be the way it is, but that is just the way that the cards fell.
Right, but I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm more so saying if that's possible, how is it impossible for a God to exist and for that God to have come down in the image of Jesus Christ?
I just want to say two things. One, Andrew, when we talk about God existing, we're saying that the burden of proof is on the theists. You guys are making a claim that God exists, so therefore you have to provide evidence, shifting the burden on me and saying, well, what evidence do you have that he doesn't exist? I could do the same thing to you with unicorns, right? It's impossible.
Right.
To come up with evidence of something not existing is really difficult, because almost anything can be evidence that something doesn't exist. When it comes to evidence that something does exist, you would need something specific. Now, there's definitely no evidence that like Christ was divine. Like, if you want to move to that point of the conversation, we can. If you want to talk about God's coming as Jesus, we can talk about that. But in like my biggest contention with the God argument or with the God claim is that it again, it's just, there's no evidence. There's nothing that shows that the universe had a creator. And it seems much more likely, at least from the cosmological models that I've done my time analyzing, that that the universe has just always existed in one state or another.
I see. So do you believe that, would you agree that everything is life, right? That life exists in everything, right? So even though we may look at them as, inanimate objects, there are molecules moving within them. They are alive, right? Trees alive.
Life isn't just having molecules moving in you. There's a few other.
Well, no, I'm not trying to box it down to that, but I'm saying in a sense that, things that we may not seem as quote unquote conscious, just because they're not conscious doesn't mean that they're not alive, right? So like trees are alive, the planet is alive, Earth is alive, right?
Well,
and the universe is alive as well.
Dirt and rocks are not alive because they don't grow. They don't
No,
metabolize.
I didn't say dirt, I said Earth.
Well, the
Earth,
Earth,
you said everything
is
in the universe is alive.
Yeah, like stars aren't alive.
So stars don't die either?
Metaphorically,
and their energy doesn't go from one place
we
to another.
metaphorically refer to them as dying, but really they're just exploding. But they're not really dying because they're not living. They're undergoing nuclear fusion, but they're not metabolized. They don't.
Okay,
They don't.
so
They
what
don't
the
have any
question I would
hallmarks of
have
life.
started. The question I would have for you is, what would you define as life?
Well, I'd probably have to go with what biologists say. So, let's see. Um,
Because I think
Are
that
we arguing about whether
my
stars
definition
are
of life
living?
might be.
I guess.
Because I would never say
Because
stars are. I wouldn't say stars are alive.
Okay, so I think that I think that my definition of life and yours might be a little different, because I think that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you're associating consciousness with life as well, because not all living beings
No.
that are conscious and they are.
Bacteria, not consciousness. I'm not using consciousness. Like cellular organization. It's got to be made up of at least one cell to be alive. It has to undergo metabolism. Living things use energy and chemical reactions to maintain themselves. Homeostasis. So humans, for example, regulate blood temperature. Cells
I would
regulate
just say,
pH and ion balance.
I think it's even easier. It's something living is a self-sustaining chemical system capable of evolution, like Darwinian evolution. I would say that's
Okay.
life.
The stars aren't capable of doing that.
Okay. Right, of course, because they're not actual physical entities. You know what I'm saying? Like with the body and all that stuff. So I definitely get that.
They are physical. They're just not living organisms.
Right. But what I'm trying to explain is that life is all around us. For example, I'll just take consciousness. Right? Consciousness is all around us. Consciousness is not owned by one person. Right, and of course, science doesn't truly understand consciousness to a full degree. But consciousness is not. I don't believe that consciousness is owned by any single person. It's like air.
Consciousness is just the functioning of the brain, and humans have it, dogs have it, cats have it, elephants have it. Everything that has a brain is able to produce consciousness. But like rocks aren't conscious.
Right, of course, rocks aren't conscious. But I'm basically comparing consciousness to air. Right, it's not my consciousness or your consciousness. It's like the air that we breathe on this earth. Right, because when we pass away, it just goes back into where it's always been. So, to that point, to say that there is something that's impossible of that, like everything originating from one place, it just doesn't make sense to me. Me personally, it just doesn't make sense to say that everything doesn't origin from one place. We all origin from the earth. Regardless of how you look at it, we all come from the earth.
This is a different claim. Because I could make the claim that we all have a common origin, as in like the earth. But then where's the earth origin from? Like I could say the earth's origin comes from a collection of dust and matter and blah, blah, blah. My contention is we don't really have any evidence that the universe, the complete whole system of the universe, not just the current expansion of the universe that we witness in like our framework, but all of what is the universe hasn't always just been here in one shape or form.
Right, but I don't, and to your point that you said now and earlier, it just made me think of something. I don't necessarily,
yes,
I don't
Sultana.
I disagree that
How
the
are you?
universe has
Are you
always
new to
been
the stream?
here.
I'm not sure if
Actually, I don't agree
Give
with
us-
that at all,
give
because
us-
scientists can
give us
see the
evidence
universe
that it had-
growing. If the universe is growing, go ahead.
I'm
How
making
do you
an
know that the universe
animation
doesn't-
while watching videos and fundraising for journalism, war journalism. If you've been here before and I don't remember you, then I'm sorry. If you're new, then would you like to know who I am? Does that make sense? I should interact with the audience more, because it's boring for the audience if I don't. If I just silently draw an animation.
Go through
Animation
periods
is
of,
already
like,
a slow process.
growth, and then
I can tell you what I'm
and then
trying to
collapses
do.
in on itself, and this happens over and over and
On
over
a
again.
technical level.
The universe growing right now doesn't mean that it has a definite beginning place. It just means that it's currently growing.
But in order for something to grow, it has to begin.
Well, no, I mean, again, the universe could just go
I feel
through
like I wanna
cycles
make a
of
stretching
expansion and
pose
contraction
animation,
over
I
and
think.
over again for all eternity.
We have
So the
two
universe
frames
growing right now doesn't prove that the universe hasn't always existed.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that
think
in
I've
order
got
for
the
something to grow, it
movie
would
in the head
have
down.
to begin. The same thing, like even if it's
Handle.
expanding and contracting, water does that under certain temperatures, right? But water has to become water before it can do that.
But the
Right, a
universe doesn't
cloud
have to
cannot do
become the
that.
universe. It just is. I have no good reason to think that it must have a starting point. I've been given no good reason to think that, and the universe currently growing is also not a good reason to think that it has a definitive beginning point.
But it again with science, they take the unmeasurable, right, and they take it down to small points where we actually can measure. And if everything in life shows us that anything that grows must begin first,
That's not.
then we can take
No.
that on a bigger level of the universe. And why is that?
That was
Trees
a non
don't just
sequitur.
sprout out of the ground from nothing.
That was a non sequitur of points. One point did not lead to the other in that statement that you just made. Science doesn't make the claim that the universe at one point did not exist and then it came into existence. At best, the scientific data seems to point to that the universe, because matter cannot be created or destroyed, therefore it didn't come into being.
Right, but what I'm saying is if science tells us that in order to measure something unmeasurable, we have to take a smaller amount that we can measure and then expand it onto a grander scale, right? That's what they do with everything. Everything in science is based off of that.
I don't
And that's how theories come
understand
about,
what
and
it
then that's
is you
how
are.
facts come about. But what
I
I'm
do
saying
not
is,
understand
what I'm saying
what you're
is,
I
trying
think
to
I'm
tell
liking
us.
a little bit of a
what I'm trying to
complicated
tell you is,
animation
if
today.
in life, everything that you see right now or have seen that has grown has begun somewhere. There's a process.
Man, Andrew,
Growing is not a
you are in the
destination.
Andrew, you are now in the presence of greatness. You're not only on the phone with me and Jovan, but now you're on the phone with Dr. Blitz, who's actually a PhD. Blitzy, come on.
Who the hell is Dr. Blitz?
We should.
So
probably
what's going
cue
on? What
Blitz
did I
into
miss?
What we're talking about. So we're having a conversation essentially on beginnings of the universe and whether or not God created the universe. Essentially, if like, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but that's essentially your stance at this point.
Yeah.
And so is the idea that because the universe is expanding, it must have had a beginning?
Yes, because growing isn't a destination. It is a journey. Like, for something to grow, it has to undergo a process. So for the universe to grow, it has to undergo a process, and that process has to start somewhere.
Well, yeah, the expansion is the process, and the expansion could have started.
Right. And what I'm trying to say is, and this goes back to my earlier point, if our existence scientifically is a mathematical anomaly for us to have existed, for God to have created our existence would not be an astronomical anomaly compared to our already existing.
And
You
real
see what I'm
quick
saying?
before you answer that, Blitz, just because there are some people on stream who might not know who you are,
Sure.
can you just give people, Blitz, just like who you are, what you do, a little bit of your credentials
clue
so
who
the
that
chat
is.
knows?
I mean, there's a
Why we
background
love
behind me.
you,
It
Lily.
probably illustrates it. I'm like the guy in the movie who's like looking at the clear dry erase board and he's writing equations in I'm that guy, except I'm actually
You're-
real and I have a PhD.
You're like Matt Damon from Good Will Hunting. You see,
Wasn't
the
he
problem
kind of
on
like
the
a
chalkboard, you
jerk?
come in and yeah, but he was super. Well, that was because of trauma.
Okay,
And
fair.
also,
Jerk
and
because
also
of his
Blitz
trauma.
doesn't have the cool like Boston accent, but besides
okay.
that, yeah,
you
besides
were
that,
you were in hot water there for a minute.
yeah, no, you're
it's not your
fantastic,
fault.
Blitz.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, so like, I don't know, man. Like, it seems like if you want to make the claim that, if you want to say like, oh well, it's more likely that people would exist that we would exist if God was real, then, if God wasn't real. Like, you can make that argument, but that seems completely disconnected from this idea that the universe had a beginning.
I understand. I guess what I'm trying to say is no matter which way I feel like no matter what worldview you have of our origin, God would exist in that picture. Even if, not saying you guys, but if there was a person to claim that this life was a simulation, then that means whoever created the simulation, relative to our view and our lives, they would be our God.
But
if we're
you
AI
can't
bots
even-
inside
you
of a
can't even
computer,
prove
whoever
there's- we can't even prove that there's a simulation that was created. That's the problem.
Right. I guess my point that I'm trying to explain is no matter what worldview you have, even if it is that worldview, that there is a God in that picture relative to our view, to our lives, that there is something higher than us. For us as humans to think that we just exist and just are, just by chance, it doesn't make sense. Because if that was the case, then everything is objective, and we don't see that in life. We don't see objectivity throughout our entire lives. There's good and there's bad. It's not just objective, right? And if it is just objective, then why doesn't
We don't see objectivity.
why wouldn't
throughout our life,
one
by
of
the way.
you, for example,
That's-
hold true to that? When if someone bombs your next door neighbor, you're gonna feel bad about that.
Are we
But
talking?
it's just
Are
objective.
we now shifting?
It was
to
just by
like,
chance.
Are we
it's
shifting to
subjective,
morality now?
Actually.
This is what I mean. Whenever I
No,
show
I'm
up,
talking-
people
I'm
are like,
talking-
"Oh no, I don't want to talk about the Big Bang."
No, we
I
can
wish
talk
we were
about the
here
Big Bang
earlier. I wish
because
we were here earlier, but when it was wild.
we can talk about the Big Bang. I'm just saying to you, to the gentleman I was talking to before, to his point that we are just an anomaly in this mathematical equation, right? For that to be the case,
we're not
then,
really an anomaly. That wasn't my point. Could you just give
Okay,
your argument
so,
to Dr.
like-
Blitz why you think the universe must have a beginning?
In fact, you can even go back. We can even reset. Start with what you called us in about the 11 dimensions thing. Start there. That
Okay,
would be more
so
interesting
what I
for
was
Blitz.
saying is that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that
No, I
would be
caught
interesting because he
the-
does
I
have a
caught the
PhD, so he
laugh,
probably
please.
schooled me on a bunch of stuff. So that would be cool because I've always thought about this. But anyway, there are essentially alleged 11 dimensions, right? And we live within the third dimension, space and time, right? And in science, of course, you would know that they take, in order to measure something unmeasurable, they'll take something very small and then expand on that, something that they can see and that they can measure and then expand that. And then that becomes, that's how they're able to essentially like judge the distance between here and the moon, right? By taking from miles down to inches down to centimeters, etc. Right? That expands up into figuring out how many light years is something away. Right? So with that being said, if we live in the third dimension of space and time, and we were to look at a second dimensional being, if we were to draw any shape on a piece of paper, and there was a second dimensional being living within that world, they of course would see a line. Us, on the outside, we see their world from a different view, a view that they would never be able to fathom, a view that they can't understand. If we were to put something in that shape, they would never see it, right? We're able to understand space and time, and they wouldn't understand that. If you told a second dimensional being to meet me at a pizzeria at 4, he would never understand what you're talking about. Now, if we were to expand that to the fifth dimension, how they would, or the fourth dimension, or the fifth dimension, how they would look at our world, how the view that they would see us in, the way that they would be able to operate and manipulate within our world, and then we take that up to, the highest dimension, relative to our view, that would be literally what we would describe to be a god.
Andrew, have you seen Billy Madison?
No. Oh wait, you're talking about the what Adam Sandler? Yeah.
Yeah. So then you'll recognize this. What you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Thank you for that.
That's one of my favorite
Why?
movies.
What?
Thank you. I
What does that
appreciate
have to do?
Thanks.
What does what anything that you just said have to do with anything?
What do you mean? They said that God doesn't
All
exist,
of it
and that
was
was my theory.
wrong. Everything about it.
I had to get up.
Okay, school me. Now I'm ready for the school part.
So we don't live in 11 dimensions. At least we have no evidence of this. Our space-time is four-dimensional, not three-dimensional. We don't scale things down in order to make measurements. We don't have any reason to think that a two-dimensional being, if it even could exist, would not be able to make observations that would inform it about a three-dimensional universe. I don't know what any of that was.
Okay, so question. So, for example, just to your point, to one of your points that you made, how would a scientist like yourself be able to measure light years without quantifying it down to something very small and then expanding?
So we use, at least for nearby things like stars that are within a few hundred light years away, we use something called parallax. In the same way that if you put your thumb in front of your face and close one eye and then open the other and then kind of switch back and forth, your thumb moves back and forth. In the same way, the Earth goes around the sun, and in June, compared to, say, December, stars appear in different locations, and you can figure out how far away they are based off of the apparent different locations of those stars. We don't measure their distance in centimeters.
That's fine. Right, of course not. But what I'm saying is that came from centimeters, right? Because if there was no understanding of centimeters, of yards,
Centimeters
of
are just a
miles,
unit.
of kilometers. Say that again?
These are just units. They don't depend on each other.
Okay. So units don't correlate to each other at all, to any degree.
No, I mean, you can convert between them if you want, but that's just a conversion rate. That's like saying that the yen depends on the US dollar, or the South African rand depends on the Swedish kroner. There's a conversion rate, but they're not related.
I mean, they're relative to the goods that are that are valuable. That's what gives them the value. That's why some countries' GDP are lower than the others, or higher than others.
I'm so sorry, Blitz.
It's all relative to the value of that. So technically, they are tied together. Because if we all said gold doesn't matter anymore, if we woke up tomorrow and said gold is no longer valuable, then
This isn't the same
that
thing,
dollar,
though, Andrew.
the US
It's not the
dollar
same
wouldn't.
thing.
I mean, we literally did. We have the fiat currency. We literally did say that gold does whatever.
Are we
We
talking
all
about
wake
economics?
We have the fiat currency. What? Okay.
I was
We
giving
can
an
all wake
example.
up tomorrow and say centimeters don't
Okay.
matter anymore, and that wouldn't change any of this.
Okay. But also, so what I want to ask you is, where have your studies or your industry, right? Where has your industry thought of about the Big Bang or the universe's origin?
There is no consensus.
What's that book that you brought up last time you were on here?
The one
Blitz?
that I
keep
always
forgetting.
have sitting at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ready next to my desk? This one.
Yeah. W.
Battle of the Big Bang.
Yeah. Good book.
Okay.
You should read it if you want to know more about what the current views are about the Big Bang.
I'm actually gonna put it in my cart.
Yeah, I should
Yeah.
do that. It's just, I don't know. I guess for me, I don't want to drag it out, but I guess for me, it just doesn't. I think that us as a species are extremely. I think that we, myself included, are extremely arrogant. Because even then, when it comes to God and stuff like that, I don't necessarily believe that that God himself or itself is even a human. To think that is extremely arrogant, right? To think that
I would
out of
hope
all
not.
these, that's like saying out of all these
I
planets, out of
I don't
all this
think any
space, that
rel-
we're
I
the
don't
only
think
ones
any-
alive.
I don't think any religion that creates an omniproperty God has ever said that omniproperty God was human.
Well, Christianity kind of does, but
Yeah, they made him into a
I guess,
person
yeah,
eventually.
I mean, if you're going Jesus, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's like saying like, you know, every out of all the planets, out of all the stars and solar systems and galaxies, that we're the only conscious, highly intelligent beings living. That's
Andrew,
extremely arrogant to think.
are
Go
you
ahead.
Christian?
Yeah, yeah,
So you think that God was
100%.
human at one point?
I think that God took a piece of himself and put it in human form. That way, I believe.
A piece
Sorry, I'm
of
still reading the
himself.
Bible, so I'm not
God has
super
pieces.
versed in it. But I believe it was Adam, or it was somebody that he wanted to.
Adam.
He wanted them to sacrifice their son on a mound, and he replaced their son with Jesus
pieces?
Christ. Say that
His
again.
name is pronounced Adam. That's the actual pronunciation from the Bible.
Oh, sorry. Thanks for telling me that. I did not know. Genuinely. But I think that I think that God gave.
That wasn't. I wasn't being serious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sarcasm.
In the
Damn.
beginning,
I
God
missed that.
created a dom and a sub.
Well, I mean, actually, in Hebrew, it is pronounced Adam. So,
Oh wait,
Giovanni,
am I right?
Adam and Chava.
Shit.
Okay, good. See, now that you made him right, it makes me less dumb. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wait, Loki, no, yeah, that is how that works.
I
Andrew,
appreciate that. Now I don't feel so dumb for believing him.
Andrew, I just gotta. It doesn't sound like we've got a real coherent. At least, like currently, there's not a real coherent position from you on this. You know what I mean?
Well, my position is that in order, like, so I have a lot. And my position is that in order for the universe to be here, it has to come from somewhere because it's growing. In order for something to grow, it has to start. There's no way that you guys can flip words or try to, there's no way to avoid that. For something to grow, it has to begin. Right? And for anything
growing
to begin, it has to origin from something else.
But the thing
Go
is,
ahead.
look, okay. Do you think that, okay, suppose that we had a balloon, right? You started blowing air into a balloon. Do you think that the balloon started to exist when you started blowing air into it?
No.
Okay,
But the
so
balloon
just
had
because
to,
something
had
is
to,
expanding,
had to be
just because something is growing doesn't mean that the beginning of it growing is the beginning of it existing.
But you're missing a step because that balloon was made.
It was an
In
analogy.
order for it to
just
grow, it
point
had
out
to
the
be
flawed
made.
reasoning.
Can you do me a favor? Do me a favor, really quickly, Andrew. Could you just back off your mic a little bit? You are clipping pretty badly.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
All good.
But I was just
But
making
yeah,
an
so
analogy.
I think that.
Yeah. But our biggest thing here,
Is
Andrew,
anybody
is like,
still watching this?
we don't have any concrete evidence of the
We had a
start
new
point of
viewer
the
for a
universe.
second there, but
We have a lot of
I
theories,
feel like
but like when I hear people make an argument for God and they go, "Well, the universe must have been created, so therefore it must have a creator," they have like there's a really big burden right here, and that's proving the universe was created.
Well, everything. Well, the thing about it is that everything within the universe is created by the universe. That's why everything is extremely similar, right? We don't see any block-shaped planets, right? We don't see square-shaped planets or triangle-shaped planets. They're all round.
Gravity
that's because of the way
uniformly
gravity-
pulls everything into the center.
Why? Like, it's not like the universe made these rules.
Right. Right. It's not that they made rules, but it's the fact that they all come from the same origin, the same way everything on Earth from Earth is extremely similar to each other because we all come from Earth and we are all limited to the I'm sorry, I don't know what it's called, but I guess the cells or the molecules that have been on Earth. We're limited to those, so there's only a certain amount of mathematical equations to create life. There's a limit of what it can look like here.
Isn't that limit?
Same thing. If there's a
near-
different limit on a
isn't that
different
limit,
planet.
isn't that limit like trillions upon trillions of numbers deep?
Yeah, but we haven't seen that in real life, though, right? There's no human without lungs. There's very little living beings without a heart beating, or without a nose, or eyes, or ears, or any type of senses whatsoever.
I mean, that's empirically false, but like, Like most living beings are bacteria, and they don't have,
have
any of that.
heartbeats. Yeah.
Or noses, or eyes, or lungs.
But yeah, like fish don't have
So-
lungs, right?
okay,
Like,
and to that point, bacteria. Take all the different bacteria. You said there's many
The
different
boys have ended
types
up.
of bacteria. They're not
to
similar.
Watch the boys.
Like foundationally similar in a lot of ways. Why? Because they come from Earth. Now, a bacteria from Mars would look way different than one that comes from Earth
Sure.
because
That's probably
of
true.
what Earth is created from, right? So,
Sure, that's probably true.
if everything in our universe, right, is foundationally similar when it comes to the planets, when it comes to the stars, they're vastly spread apart, but they're very, very similar foundationally. That means
That's
they
not
all
true.
come from the same place.
They're not really.
When you
from-
get
Yeah,
a second,
they-
check
The
the
universe.
Discord for me.
Right? They're all coming
They're
from. They're all
very
created
different.
within
There are
this
gas
universe
planets
that has,
there.
you
No,
know,
that's not true.
relative to us, it's infinite amounts of probabilities, but relative to the universe as a whole, there's a limit on how many molecules and et cetera, right? So that means in order for us, for example, right, to be here on Earth, the Earth has to be here. We won't be here unless the Earth is here, right? And if we weren't in the Goldilocks zone, like there's specific limitations to us being able to be here.
the Goldilocks zone is? It's huge.
I hope so, because
Andrew.
I think that. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard the puddle analogy from Douglas Adam?
Yes, I have. Many
No, I
times.
haven't.
It's pronounced Adam.
Douglas Adam. So one day, there's this pothole and it rains and the pothole fills up with water and the puddle that forms there wakes up one day and goes, "Look at this pothole. It was so perfectly made for me." But in reality, the pothole really wasn't perfectly made for the puddle, right? It's like the pothole was there first and the puddle just filled up the pothole. In the same way, the earth isn't made perfectly for us. The earth existed here first. Biological organisms formed on the planet and evolved in it to barely survive on this planet.
Yeah, we adapted to the Earth, not the other way around. The Earth wasn't created for us. We adapted to it.
Right. I'm not necessarily saying that it was created for us, but I'm saying in order for us to even be here, regardless, the Earth would have to be here, right? If you took all of these molecules and put them on Saturn, right, like the molecules that created us and that we evolved into, if we were to take that and put that on Saturn, it's not going to work out. Right.
So
what I'm saying is that there's certain
having this conversation, but that doesn't tell us
that
there
would
must
suck.
be a God. That just tells
That would
us
suck.
that we got lucky, and that's it.
All right, I do, Andrew. We are pushing close to 40 minutes, so I do gotta end our call, and the next call seems very interesting. So it has been fun. If you ever want to call in and talk more about specifically Christianity, right? We feel free to call in about that because I just unfortunately on the physics stuff, I think we're grasping mostly at straws here.
No, that's completely fine. That's completely fine. Yeah, I'll probably talk to you guys later, and I definitely want to talk to the PhD guy. He seems really smart.
Oh no, he seems scared of that. Asmongold can stop crying about trans VTubers. Oh no, I should go back to VTubing so that I can Asmongold can
If you
cry about
don't
me.
know, back in 2025, I was involved in a drama, and
no.
this escalated
Drama?
so far that Asmongold talked about me, called me a hateful, vindictive person
Oh,
doing cancellation campaigns and so
Oh damn.
on, and also spread a bunch of transphobia. Looking at my tweets mentioning how I am apparently a groomer because I want trans kids to live. I, was a trans kid.
The
I
most
didn't
groomer thing to
transition.
do.
I didn't have access to this healthcare that would have helped
Groomiest
me
thing to do.
overcome a lot of the challenges that I face today. But he just portrayed me as a groomer, as a and whatnot, and there was a huge thing. I made videos about it and so on, debunking everything. And now he is essentially trying to do the same thing, similar thing of attacking a small streamer, small content creator who happens to be also trans.
What a shocker.
There were some things some tweets that were not nice, who it was mean. And
Oh, wow.
Asmongold has talked numerous times about it, and recently he did this one segment where he said this.
It's just a stupid comment made by an idiot on the internet. Like, whenever I say that I don't care what people's opinions are, it's because I don't care about the people. Like, why would I, like, for example, like if a dog is barking at me, I don't ask myself and think, oh my God, I'm so sad this dog was mean. I don't even think about it. It's an animal to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even, like, it might sound bad. I don't even see these people as people.
That's
I don't treat them like people.
really
I don't see them as
sociopathic and
people.
insane,
All
but
I do is I just see
I'm
what
not
they say
surprised.
and I respond to it. So it doesn't bother me at all.
Obviously,
even shocked or
dehumanized
surprised.
language, you know, he has numerous said that, like, the trans community attaches itself to the LGBT community like a parasite when he talked about me, and now talking about who is being like, I don't view these people as people, and comparing her to a dog that's barking. Who is tweeted, I'm legit just a woman who is incredibly blunt to a fault. The fact he keeps bringing me up shows how much people like me bother him. He doesn't see me as a person, which is
I'm not-
dehumanization.
I'm
He
literally
also
not
proceeded to pull
shocked at
a
all
clip
by
of
that.
mine on stream and mock my appearance. He
course.
tends to do that to women. Anyways, let's look at this clip
It's
here.
definitely-
I think this is the reason why people like Nyara and that other person, I forgot their name.
It's Nyara, not
that-
Nayara.
I think Woo with, yeah, that's the name.
It's from the
both
Nya.
of them,
Meow. in
the
Japanese.
reason why I think
It's
that they're
not
so
Nayara.
toxic and bad
It's
for the
very
trans
weird.
movement is that they constantly use their own antisocial, vitriolic aggression against other people, and
What?
then they use their trans identity as a shield whenever they get criticism for it or they get pushback. So what happens
makes sense.
basically is that they attack you, and then you attack them back, but then they say you're attacking the trans community, which I think what it does is it basically gives the accountability to all of the trans people whenever you're saying
So I'm pretty
and
sure
now
Nyara
it's
was
like,
not
oh, well, all of
attacking-
you guys should be on my
Nyara
side.
was
Well,
not
no,
attacking
they shouldn't be on your
Asmongold by his
side or not
behavior.
against you. You're an individual making your own actions.
So what happens is somebody like Asmongold says something along the lines of, there are no trans kids. Then little old me comes along, man, as
Just as if they are.
I was a trans kid. Then Asmongold comes along and is Nyara talks about children so much. Wow, isn't that crazy? Like now I'm a target of this community, of this huge community, and I
That's
call
how that
this
works.
out. And he will justify it as like, oh, Nyara said her opinion. I am saying just my opinion.
I
and
usually
reacting
avoid
to
trans
that.
topics even though I'm a
Completely
trans person.
eliminating like the entire
talk about
power
trans
dynamic that like
issues much.
exists because I'm a small creator and getting a bunch of hate, but
Also,
I
I'm a
don't
much
have a lot of
smaller
support
creator
to
than
combat
Nyara.
this. And then Asmongold constantly says things like, "Oh, you are a parasite. You're doing
Nyara has,
AOE
like,
to the
36,000
the trans
subscribers. I've got
movement,
one.
and because
Got
it's
1,000.
mentally ill, says we are flat earthers." So I'm just engaging with like his point and I call this out. And when somebody is like doing a personal attack at some point, that still doesn't justify him going after people with like such a small community, right? Like if you have somebody with a
That's their bread
million
and butter.
followers on Twitter interacting with somebody who has like 1,000 just because they said their opinion
I mean, I don't
doesn't
care.
mean
It's-
you should just like
to me, it's
engage
just
with it
engagement,
and
to
just
be honest.
berate them and send your audience to harass them and attack them
For me,
and
it's
so
just
on. Right?
engagement.
It just doesn't work that way. You gotta be more responsible with your platform. But like Asmongold gets
Asmongold
joy
doesn't
from
care
this
about being
power
responsible
dynamic.
for
He
anything,
wants
let
to feel
alone his
big. He
platform.
wants to feel strong. He wants to. When he talked about
doesn't
me,
care.
he wants to make me cry. I stepped into the arena and there's no coming back. Right? That is what he does. That's what he always does. Okay, who has made like a quick little video? Let me play this.
TLDR is Asmongold says something very, very misogynistic, and I
New analysis reveals female-dominated corporate roles are more vulnerable to AI automation than male roles. Asmongold responded with, too many fake jobs were invented to create artificial parity between men and women in the workforce. AI fixes this problem. Hopefully, after this is over, women can go back to doing what they do best, being a mother or being a prostitute. And now you're engaged with that. Now you're like, this is fucking stupid. Asmongold is a misogynistic freak. And then it's like, oh my god, I'm being attacked.
Pretty much like express my opinion about something that he's done in the past, which was I feel that he didn't take good care of his mother. And as someone who has a disabled mother, I thought it was like disgusting that he was like supporting her addictions and stuff.
Hopefully, once you're no longer relevant, you can go back to doing what you do best, being alone in your disgusting home where you got your mother killed due to neglect.
Here's how I'll go back. I'll think about it. I guarantee you, if you were to get a Ouija board, my mom were to come back today, and she would say, you know, did I make a bad decision giving her cigarettes? She'd say, fuck no, I wanted them. She was sitting there until the day she fucking died, sitting there drinking Pepsi, handfuls. I'm talking about handfuls of chocolate. Chugging fucking soda, asking me if we're gonna get Taco Bell, smoking weed, dual-wielding it with cigarettes while she's on oxygen, watching Ancient Aliens, getting involved with Alex Jones, dismantling the New World Order. I don't regret a fucking thing. She died doing what she loved. I don't regret it at all. Because people have autonomy, and they can choose how they live. They're not animals.
Unless we are standing up to them, then we are essentially just animals, right?
Honestly, I just said that and I moved on. I did not expect him to respond to me and all his fucking bots to attack me. But yeah, I used to be a very big Asmongold fan back in 2019, 2020. I remember me and my wife used to be excited to watch his stream whenever he was doing his transmog stuff or leveling his classic WoW and stuff. So it's really annoying to me seeing that person that we used to love turn into what he is now.
I've spent a lot of my time making things worse for these people and making the internet a more unpleasant and, by extension, the world a more unpleasant and unwelcoming place for them. I intend to make it a lot worse. I do.
Thanks.
I will not let you guys down.
Thanks, Asmongold.
This is only the beginning.
Why is he talking like some fucking Naruto character? Like, it's so weird.
Naruto characters have more
came over
depth.
Final
Don't
Fantasy, and
insult
it was
Naruto
right at the
characters.
start. My friend was trying to tell me how Asmongold actually
Naruto
wasn't a
characters
good
have more
person at
depth than
all,
that.
and I was like, no, he's okay. He's supported trans people in the past. He's defended trans people in the past, and then
Yeah, I've heard that
just in the
argument
last
from
year
people
or
that
two,
Asmongold is
he's
not
just
transphobic.
changed so
He's just
much.
cool.
He's miserable. He's so fucking, like, he doesn't care about anything anymore. He doesn't have anything to live for. He just, like, sits there and is just, like, resentful. He's so disconnected from, like, reality, from society, right? Like, Twitch banned him for, like, 3 days. He went outside, actually got his teeth fixed. Twitch could literally fix this dude by just banning him for like a couple of months. He's going to come back like a completely new person. Bro is going to come out as like the biggest trans ally. He just needs to like disconnect from the online world and connect with the actual real world for a bit. Bro has all the money in the world. He can do whatever and get like, I don't know, millions of views. He can just like sit there and scroll through the Twitter timeline, talk about things in front of 50,000 people. It's just like things don't matter anymore, right?
True.
He tried to play like Dark Souls one time, got bullied for being so bad, and now he's just like sitting on Reddit, on his subreddit, scrolling through what to talk next, who to harass next. Like, he has nothing else. He peaked. It's just somebody who already struggles, obviously, with their mental health, right? Like, somebody who neglects themselves and just got successful through playing World of Warcraft all of the time. Not taking care, like, he doesn't even brush his teeth. He doesn't give a shit about himself. Obviously, he doesn't give a shit about, like, what his actions mean for people like us, right? For actual human beings who are forced to live in this society and face the constant transphobia, harassment, misogyny, racism, and so on, like every single day, that he is normalizing and pushing for. All of the people who are being radicalized because they are watching this guy's content, who aspire to be as miserable and lonely as he is.
Damn.
If he's going to look back at his life, what does he even have? What is like his accomplishment? Wow, he's like one of the biggest Twitch streamers. Amazing, cool, but like, what is he doing with that platform? He's just being horrible. He knows that at some point this weird trend, this fascist movement is going to die out. People go back into hiding again. He knows that he only has like these couple of years when he can be maximum hostile without any consequences. But at some point, you know, things are going to change again, and Woke 2 is going to be back.
We're never going to let you forget this. You're never going to be able to live this down. And the reason why is because I don't like you. That's the reason why.
That's him talking about me. That is from like 2025 August, right?
I don't like you. I could make it a moral reason or whatever, and there's a degree of that exists, but the real reason is because I don't like you. I don't like what you represent. I don't like how you act. I don't like your personality. And I'm going to try to do as much as I can to remind everybody for as long as I can about how much of an unpleasant, problematic person you are, because you did the exact same thing to other people.
I didn't.
This would have never happened to you if you didn't decide to open your fucking mouth and start talking shit. But think about it next time before you want to step into the arena.
Look at his face, like a self-righteous attitude. Like, goddamn.
Jeez.
It's just, it's so silly. It's like, this dude said that he doesn't care about me, that like, you know, I don't matter and so on for almost an entire year at this point. And then he says that it doesn't bother him. Like, obviously it bothers him, and he's scared that people like me are actually, you know, getting the public support again. So he tells this echo chamber that no, this is like a 70-30 issue, and like nobody actually supports you, and people hate you and so on. And then I go to TwitchCon and talk to other partner streamers, and they're like, yeah, fuck Asmongold. Like, bro is, you know, just out here causing so much harm in this space, doing so much radicalization, being such a problematic person, and nobody does anything about it because, you know, this entire space is just like so infected with people that believe that it's okay to just like harass LGBTQ people, to harass women and people of color and so on. Like, it is so fucking toxic and hostile because people like this are currently like in the position of power. And he's terrified that this is going to change because he had to hide his views all of this time. This was like the first time he actually like, he looked at like my argument or something. And it's just like, it's so funny to me to like listen to these things.
Can't consent to
I'm going full mask off, by the way.
HRT, then they can't consent to puberty.
If they can't consent to it's crazy to me, like how people still don't understand the take. Puberty induced through HRT is mechanically the same as puberty induced through your natural produced hormones. So if you're saying that, oh, because 16-year-olds do not know their gender identity, they don't know if they're a boy or a girl, they don't know the right path.
You don't go through puberty at 16.
Like, what the fuck do you mean? You go through puberty from anywhere from the age of 9 to age of 17. Yeah. You give them puberty blockers in order to give them time and so on. But a lot of these people are like, no, you have to go through your quote-unquote natural puberty before you go on HRT. Right? You have to
oh my god, this person's gonna get gay marriage banned. This radicalizes people so much against LGBT stuff. This is the reason why support for gay marriage is going down. Because you have these mentally ill freaks that are on Twitter saying stuff like this. And again, I think that's the main reason. It is.
The guy who doesn't see us as human beings and calls us animals and so on believes that I am radicalizing people with my very, very small platform. Obviously, I will sit there and call these things out. I will make people understand this, and then he looks at like how often I mention the word like trans kids on Twitter because people constantly lie and I constantly call this out and so on. And then he just like portrays this as like, oh, this is grooming, this is mentally ill, oh, you're doing damage to like the LGBTQ community, oh, you're harming the trans movement, people are being radicalized,
you're harming the trans movement
people
by
more
advocating
angry
for
at you and so on,
silly.
right? Like he constantly does this, but like I'm apparently not supposed to like defend myself again. And then he's like, oh, you attacked me, and that is why I said all these things. This is why. And he's just like trying to
Apparently,
portray this and like calm this.
With
So just
mold,
so you
as
know,
with mold
that
has
this
been
is like a
defending
common
Epstein fight.
thing.
Wait,
This is
what?
like this is not just like a one-off
Link me,
thing that
Dr.
he's now
Jones,
doing
in
to
DMs
who
if
it,
you need to.
right? He did the same
I
shit
am
to me.
curious.
He says horrible things. People defend themselves, call these things out, and then he's playing the victim.
That
Again,
is
you know, you say you're getting
crazy.
harassed. You think it's bad. It's going to get a lot
Also, how do you like the animation?
worse. It's going to get a lot worse, and you're going to deserve it. I hate people like this. They're disgusting. And if somebody doesn't do something about it, and the problem also is that
If something doesn't do something about it, is that a call for violence? But just so you know, right? Like he's blatantly, openly sitting there. This is not diplomatic. He is not trying to be like, oh yeah, you know, I can see both sides and so on. And he just said something mean. I am saying something mean back. Even if you ignore the power dynamic, right? If it's just like one person says something, person two matches their energy, right? Like even when it comes to this, he is on an entirely different level.
a lot of other content creators, here's the truth. A tremendous majority of people agree with me, including a lot of content creators. I understand that a lot of you guys that make content out there are afraid of speaking out against this because you don't want to get labeled all these bad names. I want to let you know that eventually they'll come for you too. These are mentally ill, unhinged, crazy people. And if you're not going to do that, I think that it's important that we keep track of all the people who try to play footsie with this type of language and this type of community and try to like passively, promote it. And once things are completely in the other direction, it'll be time to remind them about that.
He's so self-righteous. He thinks that
So
this is like so
insane.
justified. And you know what he's doing, right? Like he's pushing this mob mentality, this herd mentality, being like, oh, they are just attacking me because like I'm saying the truth and you agree with me, so they are going to attack you as well. They want to come for you. You gotta punch them first because otherwise they will punch you. That is what he's doing. We gotta tear them down while they are small, tiny creators. Make them so toxic to be around. Make everything so hostile for them so they cannot flourish, that they cannot thrive. Because otherwise, they will suppress you.
They will come for you.
That is what he has been doing for a really long time. He's trying to like build this permission structure where you cannot disagree with him in public. You cannot say anything about him. Because otherwise he's going to send his vile fan base out to them, telling them that, oh my god, they want you cancel
Do you not
you
see
next.
the animation in the lower left
version
corner?
of something, you need to be against the bad version. Exactly, I know.
I'm drawing.
And
Do
all
you
I
not
want for
see
them
the
to leave kids
animation
alone, leave the shit out of our
in
video
the
games.
lower
Yes, exactly.
left corner?
Just stop involving kids. This is you are inside of a losing proposition, and everything that you're going to advocate for is going to be completely rescinded. And eventually, people like you that did this kind of stuff will be put on trial. I think in some cases for the ones that actually tried to communicate and interact with minors and try to discuss gender ideology and talk to them about that. This is something that adults should not be doing to children on the internet. And eventually, there will be a candidate that will find these people and hold them accountable. And when that candidate comes up, and it will happen, I will vote for them. And I will encourage everybody else to do the same thing. This is weird. It's wrong. It's disgusting. It's just, it's opportunistic. It's manipulative. There's a massive power imbalance. It's just crazy.
So if you educate people on trans topics, if you say that like, oh, these are resources, you know, like if you have gender dysphoria or anything, he wants the FBI or whatnot, like politicians, to go after those.
Apparently, Kentucky has made a new law that if somebody is trans, their granddad is mentally ill. I'll have to look into it.
You know, trans youth or something, right? If you're a teacher, they want you to be punished for talking about something that is not cis straight.
The days of going out, advocating for violence, trying to gender confuse children, trying to push lies onto the world, your days are numbered. And eventually, people will actually come in that will weaponize the FBI to go after online threats, to go after people that are trying to communicate with minors and discuss gender transitions with them. And that's going to happen. It's going to happen. I guarantee it. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do everything that I can to make it happen faster. That's it. And it doesn't matter what happens to me because, again, everybody else wants this to happen too. They do. They're tired of this. It is obnoxious. It is crazy. Saying that I'm talking about killing trans people. Do you really think that I was talking about killing trans people? Asmongold is essentially saying we're going to kill trans people. Oh, that's great. Yeah, what a great example. Listen, cry about it, get upset about it, anything you want, but nothing's going to change.
It is so wild to me that this is just like allowed, right? He is calling for political violence and people to, you know, take matters into their own hands, to go after trans people, to harass people like me and so on. He's signaling to his entire audience full of brainwashed freaks that everybody in the real world is actually on their side, which is not true.
Not
And now
even
we need to be
remotely.
thankful that like he is nice to us.
And again, like if I ever do get banned on Twitch or something like that happens, I'm just going to be twice as aggressive.
Really, he's
I'm
gonna
going to
go
be twice as
crazy.
aggressive, twice as argumentative,
Husband
and I'm
Gold's
going to
gonna
go
go
even harder
insane.
on these people. Like, I'm actually being very diplomatic about this
Of
right
course.
now because I don't want to get banned. I don't want to get suspended. Well, I don't want to get suspended. And so I try to be reasonable. I try to be nice. I always follow the rules,
Yeah, you're
etc.
trying to be
But
nice.
if I ever get
God
banned,
damn.
I'm going to do it even more.
Thanks,
Anyways, that is Asmongold coming
Thank
up
you for trying to
a
be
close
nice.
friend of mine. Yeah, nobody's using being trans as a shield. That is a point. That is a attack point. That is a justification point, right? Like he did the same thing that he did to me back then when he scrolled through like all of those tweets with
Am
me
I
mentioning
using
like,
being
trans kids and
trans
so
as a
on.
shield?
He did the same thing to Huit as well, right? Like it's always a thing in order to manipulate their like his audience and give people the perception that we are a danger for children, right? Like you tell people who think that like trans people are mentally ill, they are doing school shootings, they're coming after children, they're predatory, they're evil and so on, and now you point the finger at like random trans women on the internet of being like, oh my god, they are also talking about children a lot, right? It doesn't matter that what we are saying is factually correct and it's objective reality that trans kids do exist.
They
and there
do.
needs to be a support system out there. We shouldn't get bullied for existing. We should be allowed to be ourselves without, you know, having society make our lives more miserable. But that is not using a shield for like criticism or anything. That is you making a baseless claim about something that you have no interest in learning about. You spread propaganda, misinformation, and people call that out. And we are going to bring that up every single time because it matters a lot that you control so much through public perception and portraying us as predatory and a danger, and somebody needs to do something about it because it gives Asmon's community the justification to go out there and harass
Also,
us,
Asmongold
to
acted
dogpile on
super
us, and
surprised
so
that
on.
there's
That's
children
just
marriage
like how
in
it works.
the
That
US.
is why you need to call it out.
He acted
That's why you need to
so
point it out.
surprised.
Ruth sent me another clip, Wayne.
Like, Asmon is one of the biggest Twitch streamers whose community is vile as fuck. We'll just say this about a trans woman with 10 CCV and nobody cares. I don't even see these
silent
people
majority,
as people
yeah,
and compares
that's a
her to a
common
dog.
argument.
Yes, that's correct. A person that repeatedly brings up my dead mother, tries to weaponize her, makes up fan fiction about how she died, and then tries to attack.
What do you mean fan fiction? You literally sat there and admitted to it and you said you're going to do it again. The fuck do you mean? What do you mean?
me and get me deplatformed. Yes, that's exactly what I said. And I'm not sorry.
Yeah, maybe misogynistic, but you were mean. And that's worse. Actually doing the meme. Like, goddamn. Like, fuck this dude. He's such a loser. But, you know. He has nothing else. That's just the thing, right? Like, he's bored, he's tired, he wants to fight because then there's drama, and he can't always go against Hassan because Hassan doesn't always care, right? Hassan has a big community, Hassan is not affected by it. He wants people to actually be here and cry and complain and whine about it, right?
I mean,
That's what he wants, that's what he craves. He has nothing else. I'm
like
so
he can
sorry
dish out
that your
like
life
he
is
hate
not
but
worth
can
living,
stand it
but
himself.
that doesn't
Yeah,
give you
I
the
mean,
right to
these
make
are pretty weak
the lives
people.
of others
These
so
are pretty
difficult.
weak people. They
Anyways,
would not really, if
go
they were
follow
put in
Who
an
Is,
actual
go check out Who
tough
Is.
situation, they would not be able to handle it. That's the reality. They're very pampered, very spoiled. Asmongold is a spoiled, pampered person, in my opinion. That doesn't care about anything. Doesn't have to care about anything. He's rich.
A common thing that I've seen amongst conservative circles
It
are
doesn't
people
need to care about
downplaying,
anything.
ignoring, and moving on from the Epstein files. And look, we'll get to Asmongold's brain dead take in a second here. The idea that anyone is getting tired of this story or,
When you get to
I'm
Resident Evil
losing
7, I
belief
could
that
make
anything
the
will
most
ever come
messed up
out.
joke.
This
I
is,
mean, I will get to Resident Evil 7 eventually. But since you don't want to play 6 with me, I'm having a dilemma. Do I just move on from 6 if you don't want to play it with me? You choose to, I don't know. You choose to plant tomatoes, and it's hurtful. It's, you know, it's problematic. Okay, you choose potatoes and turnips or whatever instead of guns and violence like a real cool person. Okay.
isn't a mentality that should be widely propagated. If individually you're tired of the Epstein file subject, first off, I have a lot of questions for you, but more importantly, don't spread that rhetoric. I don't think anyone needs to hear that. Now, a couple of months ago, Trump's goal was to kind of diminish the importance of Epstein and kind of act like we moved past it. It's over.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things.
How do you like
And
the
are
animation,
people
by the
still
way?
talking about
Oh
this
yeah,
guy,
you asked
this
me to
creep?
make it bigger.
Yes, people are still talking about.
He did ask me to make it bigger. Hold on. You did ask me to make it bigger. How's this? Is this good?
About a pedophile who was trafficking minors to politicians and elites all over the world on his little island. And obviously Trump and his administration have done everything that they can to obstruct any of this information coming out, anything leaking. This is Al Jazeera's infographic on people that have been arrested or removed from their positions or have resigned. But as you can see from this list, as of February 2026, no Americans have been arrested or charged with anything in relation to Epstein. Like, look, I get it. There is so much going on. There's so much going on. And obviously this Epstein stuff has essentially been put on the back burner at this point because you know that Trump administration has no interest in trying to be transparent in any way, have anything come out. And it goes without saying at this point, but Trump and Epstein were very close friends. Genuinely,
yeah,
if you were a
course,
betting
that's
man,
public
do you think
knowledge.
Trump is or isn't a
The fact that
and
they were
so,
friends
listen,
is public
I don't
knowledge.
expect much from Asmongold, but when I see stuff like this, basically there isn't enough evidence. No evidence that I've seen inside the Epstein files that have been released that can criminally convict any person of any sort of big crime. Asmongold, what do you think you're seeing? Do you think you're seeing information that everybody else hasn't seen? That's the whole issue, is that everything has been obfuscated. They're clearly making it difficult for things to come out. They're redacting names of clients and allowing names of victims to be shown. Let's watch the way this clip opens up.
And let's not forget the Epstein list either. Oh, dude, there's nothing that's going to happen with Epstein. I'm sorry.
Why is nothing going to happen with Epstein? Are we gonna say who is at fault for this? What is stopping information from coming out about Epstein? Are we gonna explain why people aren't being prosecuted? Are we gonna explain why names are being redacted? Let's have a look.
Sorry to say. I know a lot of you guys want to, you know, like get angry about this or like say.
I know a lot of you guys want to get. No. Your audience is totally chill with fucking multi-billionaire, millionaire politician getting off scot-free. That's totally cool. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you can't get angry because maybe you're cool with that sort of thing. But yeah, the average person is not cool with that.
Say that, oh, there needs to be accountability for the Epstein stuff.
There should be accountability.
No, there's not
What?
going to be. There's not going to be any accountability for that. The reason why
Yeah,
is
why?
because basically there isn't enough evidence.
Brilliant. Not because there's been some obfuscation. Not because Donald Trump doesn't want information coming out. Because
Fuck
there's not
me,
enough
man.
evidence. Amazing
This is
stuff,
Asmongold.
Asmongold. Tell me again how you feel about black people fucking
Wait,
stealing
you could
cars.
say something
Tell me
about
again
what?
how you think that it's a fucking genetic disorder at this point. Because it's not socioeconomics, so it's got to be something else, but you won't say it because you're a fucking pussy. Like, it's so fucking funny, man. You got like Republican voters genuinely voted for a guy who had plenty of public images of him being very close friends with a generational child trafficking pedophile. Okay, they voted for this guy expecting him to expose the pedophile. He doesn't expose the pedophile. He makes it very clear that he won't
And
expose this
whoever
guy.
will.
He won't expose any of his clients. He has an FBI director saying that there were no clients and that the only person that Epstein was trafficking to was himself. This Trump presidency has been one of the most insane things you've ever seen. It's one of the most corrupt things. Most recently, Trump has made it so that the IRS can't investigate himself or his family going forward, which is fucking brilliant. He's got Israel like so far up his ass that whatever they do, he follows. Like genuinely insane. They attack Iran, so the United States gets involved in the war, completely butchers the cost of fuel for basically everyone in the world. I mean, Thomas Massey is your best example of where Trump and the Republican Party
Oh,
live,
Russia is
like, where their priorities are. Thomas Massey did not want to get involved in the Iran war. Thomas Massey wanted clarity for the Epstein files. He wanted that stuff out there, and he wanted people to be held responsible. Those are basically the two things that he disagreed with Trump on. And other than that, he was like a 91% lockstep voter with the Republican Party. That guy got primaried. That guy got taken out. I've looked at a lot of these track APAC posts, okay? This is the most outrageous number I have seen so far. And I'm pretty sure, like, in terms of total contributions, it was upwards of 30 million. Like, I was watching an Atrioc video, and he was kind of going over some of the methods that they were using for Ed Gallerin. And a lot of what the money was funding was essentially like AI posts that would put on Facebook that weren't directly attached to the campaign, but were influencing boomers and people over the age of like 60 to go out and vote because they thought that Thomas Massey was doing a bunch of crazy shit based off these AI posts that
I'm
were
trying to do
completely
more
false.
art
Yeah, they're
streams,
spending
you know?
millions to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk.
I'm just gonna jump to the part that where he's discussing like the AI shit. We'll get
I
back to
hope
the
maybe
Asmongold
the animations
Epstein
can
shit
get
in
me
a second,
some
but this is
funds.
very important.
I'm trying to fundraise for animation. Also, we're
And that's not the only
I'm just
AI
gonna
they've
say,
used in their political campaign.
you're gonna
Their
donate
face-
to anything, okay? If you write next to the donation Greater Range, then the money will go to Greater Range because Greater Range has like an ER emergency bill thing, and we've already gathered $110 for Greater Range last night, but they need a bit more. You know? Whoop. How is that? Look. I think it's going pretty okay, the animation. I think the animation is proceeding pretty okay. I'm trying to do more and more complex poses, and that's actually not easy, you know? It's like not that simple to do more and more complex poses. The drawing adds, like, especially when you're streaming. I feel like I'm making a ton of excuses now, but it is what it is, right?
Facebook had a post quote from Ed Gallerin that read like this.
Here's a polished social media post in your usual
If you're looking
campaign
to
slash
crush my head
community focused
between the
tone.
sides- Oh my God, Dr. Jean.
That's like they literally won't cut out the AI responding to the prompt. This is how fucking brain dead they are. But again, like the average person on Facebook who's over the age of 60 has no fucking clue. Like they're hardly reading this. They're just like, Ed Gallerin for Congress. They said something kind of nice. I'm gonna go vote for Ed Gallerin. But this is the sort of AI slopaganda that they were doing against Thomas Massey.
Super PAC money to get.
Thomas Massey caught in a throuple in Washington.
Have I mentioned that The Boys have ended?
This satirical
And that I
ad
should
was
watch?
created with artificial intelligence in this like smaller font. I'm
No,
sorry.
2 seasons
Your
of The Boys.
65-year-old
I think I'm
fucking
missing.
grandma or grandpa
4 and
that
5.
always votes Republican, they don't know this is AI, and they're sharing it with their friends, and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe Thomas Massey is fucking some hijabi and AOC down in DC. Like, that's what they think.
On the America First movement.
So this is an AI generated ad faking Thomas Massey to be hanging out with Ilhan Omar and AOC. This is the thruple ad they've been running all over Kentucky. The entire point of it is to put the AI disclosure in small print here and then hopefully trick boomers.
And clearly it fucking worked. Anyways, my whole point with bringing that up is Thomas Massey very much opposed what Trump wanted to do with the Epstein files and the Iran war, and he voted like it. And they wanted that guy out, and they got him out. Now we've got Asmongold out here saying there's not enough evidence. There's not enough evidence. And funny enough, I've looked around to see if Asmongold's made any comment on Thomas Massey. Nothing recently, so I don't know. If you guys find something, let me know.
That's really what it comes down to. Like, there just isn't enough evidence. Like,
Of course.
there is no evidence that I've seen inside of the Epstein files that have been released that can criminally
Isn't that a problem? The
released.
files that have been released, we
They
know
have
that
been
there
released.
are so many files either redacted
Oh my
or
God,
unreleased
Asmongold.
that we still have not seen. Like at this point, it's not possible to make
Lot
a
to know.
judgment
You can
on
always
whether or
DM
not
me.
there is enough evidence because we have not seen all of the evidence. We've seen like a fraction of the evidence.
convict any person of any sort of big crime. Like, I don't, like, no, like, let's say it's a random person. There's video evidence. Well, I haven't seen it, right? I haven't seen any of this.
That's the problem. That's the fucking problem, is everything is stuck behind Trump's administration, and you're gonna have to wait until they're gone for anything to happen.
A person. There's video evidence. Well, I haven't seen it, right? I haven't seen any of this. So, and what missing? Yeah, it's all redacted. That's wrong. The info is redacted. Well, if the info is redacted, then I haven't seen it. Do you understand the logic there? So, like I said,
Who redacted it? Whose administration doesn't want you to see it?
everything that I've seen doesn't point.
It's just the engagement is so fucking sickening. Like, just say who's at fault here. Say who's causing this issue. Like, I find it hard to
Joe
believe.
Biden.
Maybe Asmongold's audience really is a diehard Trump audience. I find it hard to believe that Asmongold would get in too much shit if he just straight up said, you know what? We made a mistake supporting Trump. You know, I know he didn't vote for him, but he did support him very clearly. We made a mistake supporting Trump. He's clearly not going to release this shit, yada yada. Instead, we've got like this fucking cringe. From the evidence I've seen, yeah, that's the problem, man. You've only seen what they are allowing you to see.
Point to that. So if it's redacted, then I wouldn't be talking about the stuff that's redacted logically, right? Because then I would.
Wow, man, you're so fucking smart.
Have seen it.
I can't see the stuff that's redacted. Yes, bro.
You see how are we putting these together, right? Are we
Fucking great, good stuff, man.
Isn't there? Hold on.
Wait, are we in the
More they released also. In my opinion, I think they altered the files multiple times. I think multiple administrations and multiple parties altered the.
Yeah, multiple. It's all the administrations. It's all of them. How about
Wait,
for
hold on.
fucking
What's
once
happening?
we call out this administration, the one that
What was that noise? Are we being wound again? What the fuck? No way. Okay, no, we're not being wound. Heard a noise and I thought we were being wound for some reason. No, it's just the Donetsk region that is being super wound right now. It's just the Donetsk region.
has power, that can do things.
Files, and
like,
we're never
what the
going to get
hell
any
is
justice or
happening?
any information out of it. And I think the real reality, and this is something that a lot of people don't want to admit, is that inside of what's publicly available, I'm talking about publicly available, not, what
So
you've
you cannot
imagined,
know that there's
not
not enough
a
evidence,
prediction,
actually. You just
not
cannot
a,
know that.
like an accounting, but like actual evidence that exists. Nobody can go to jail.
You don't
Like,
know
if
what
this is a-
evidence exists
Dude,
because
yeah,
it has not been
What do you
released.
say about this guy? I don't remember the last time I showed a Papa Gut clip on here, but I think his intro is really good here.
Let's not forget the Epstein list either. Oh, dude, there's nothing that's going to happen with Epstein.
Trump promised to release it. That was his big thing. Does he acknowledge whose fault it is?
The reason why? Because basically there isn't enough evidence.
You want to know why there's not enough evidence? The same reason why there wasn't enough evidence in the Mueller investigation, because he keeps obstructing things.
Racial disparities in crime are better understood through the lens of concentrated poverty rather
than race.
None of that stuff makes you steal makeup from a CVS.
Asmongold is more aggressive against black people who steal makeup than white people who people in the Epstein list.
Literally, like I could not have worded it better myself. But yes, ladies and gents, a disgusting individual like Asmongold running cover for the Epstein files. Who is surprised? If you enjoyed today's video and you want to see more like it, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you tomorrow.
He's too busy attacking trans people. That was a video and a half. Let's see if there... We can't replay Resident Evil because I don't want you to get bombed, Lucy. It's okay, we survived so many times. I think we will survive till the end. Yes, if the writers weren't all... I don't want to watch the boys' topics. I don't want to watch the boys' topics. People are smashing the boys final, but I want to watch it before I can, you know. Oh. What? Silent Hill has feminism? Oh God. My Silent Hill game has feminisms in it? No way, bro. 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 I don't know how to feel about this hand. That feels a bit better actually. I feel like that's an improvement of the animation. Yeah. Yeah, this is going pretty well. Hold on, where were we? Oh yeah, feminism. We hate feminism because feminism is bad. Hello, that domain. Shoot me with the feminisms. tell me why the feminisms are bad, actually.
So
What's
I want to
this?
actually, because somebody asked me
Somebody
to make
comment?
a video on Silent Hill F as kind of a review. I finished it a day or two ago. I really liked it.
I want to
think
play
the
some
combat
Silent Hill.
could use more tuning. I think it gets really repetitive towards like the end of the story, which it runs into that problem that like a lot of horror shooters and a lot of other horror games have had in the past, where it's like, okay, we need to ramp up the challenge, but all we can do is just have more combat. But I do think the bosses are really good. The core story is so well told.
I don't mind
and
that in
feels
actually. I don't
so
mind that
authentically in line with the series in a way that I was shocked by. Notably, as a Silent Hill fan,
I don't mind that. in
Again, I don't
horror
know what
games.
these people are
Okay,
going
I
to say
don't
about
wanna.
the game, but
I actually don't want to. I don't
one
want
of
to
the
be
things I
spoiled.
enjoyed.
I don't want to be spoiled. Let's watch a debate. Sorry, I care about spoilers in games. My apologies.
And then we'll go back and forth, back and forth, back.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, dude?
Debate?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, can I just get your
I'm
name
here
and
to
your pronoun?
debate.
Also, you have a lot of background noise.
Oh,
Can't
sorry.
Can't
Ever.
really hear you much.
Can you hear me now? Ever.
Ever.
25. And then what I'm here to talk about is.
Wait, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay, cool.
And then communism versus capitalism. I just don't understand how that would work in practice. Specifically when you talk about natural resources. Like the gentleman you were talking with earlier brought up water. And so we all know but water is abundant, but
You're
you just
breaking
can't
up, you're
go
breaking
and dip
up.
a plastic bottle. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were breaking up for a second.
Testing.
There, are you like on speaker? There's so much. There's like a bunch of wind.
Oh yeah, I'm on speaker. Sorry, hold on.
Press like on the stream, please.
What about now? Is that a little better? Or,
I'm begging you. I'm begging you to press. If you like me,
No, I don't. I'll be
even
quick.
a little.
But what I'm saying.
Do you like
is,
me even a
like,
little?
It's hard to.
It's hard.
Have a community regulated enterprise for natural resources. That's my point. I don't see how that would work when one, it requires everyone. Yeah, like it would require everyone in the community to put an equal share into this effort, whether it's power, whether it's water, whether it's housing. You would have to provide equal stake in the game for these enterprises to work. And so everyone isn't skilled labor. Like if you're part of community A and you have 100 people in community A and you all want clean water.
It's such a stormy
2
weather
people
lately.
Can't be in charge of the clean water.
It's actually
That's
bad
not
against
fair.
drones, apparently.
And so no, they couldn't because they would have to. They would have to. So the reason why they couldn't is because they would have to essentially be forced labor in order for the community to have clean water.
Where's the force?
Because if no one else can do it in the community, how do you have an equal ownership of the water system?
What do you mean? That's not what
In
equal
that- in
ownership
that
means.
example-
Equal
in the-
ownership.
in that-
Hold on. Equal ownership doesn't mean who's in charge of it. It's about who owns it, right? I can own a grocery store, but have someone else manage it. I never have to lift a finger at that grocery store, but I still own it,
Okay.
right?
So
We can all
if you
own, we
have-
can all collectively own the resources and have people manage them. Like I'm specifically a council communism. That's what council communism is. There would be worker councils that run these specific things that are voted on by the community.
So this is what I'm saying. So you will have enterprises. Let's just call them enterprises, where you will only have a select group of people, individuals of that community, who will be knowledgeable about said resource.
What the hell happened?
So we train the other people.
So that would mean that
Wait, what
an
the hell?
individual under the capitalist
wrong
society
with the-
who's, say, a comedian who makes their money by telling jokes would have to go
Wait,
and
what
work
happened to
at
the pen?
a distillery
They
because because they are not valuable to their
That's not
community
working
by
anymore.
providing.
They would still be valuable. What are you talking about? They provide entertainment. Entertainment is a
Where's
commodity.
the pen not working?
Entertainment is a needed
It's
commodity.
It's
Where
not.
did the
It's
pen
not
stop working?
because when you break it down to like,
Bro, you're just
what is
making
required-
things to you're making up things to get to
no,
like
I
fault
feel like
don't
I feel
exist.
like it's equivalent to when they told the truckers to learn the code. Like I feel like it's equivalent to that, because essentially under capitalism,
Oh.
you can make
I
money
get it.
any kind of way. You can make money on TikTok
I don't know what
and
happened.
sustain your life by doing what you want to do.
You
versus communism,
wouldn't need to make money to sustain your life under communism. You're given what you
no,
need.
you would have to provide some sort of valuable
Just like you do now.
resource to your community.
Just like you do now. The valuable
Right,
resource
but
now
that's
is your
under,
labor.
Under
it's the exact
capitalism. No, I'm saying under capitalism, the resource you can provide to your community is much more diverse because you
No,
can own a
it's
business.
not.
Yeah, it is. How is
No.
it not?
Because under
Wait,
capitalism,
so
the
you're saying that
resources only
all the
matter
things-
if it's making money for somebody else. Not everybody. No.
The profit motive
Okay,
poisons
I
the
was
whole
gonna say,
thing.
do you think that all of the
Because profit doesn't
items, goods, and
profit doesn't
services
exist for the
and
sake of
enterprises that
any
operate
particular
under
goal.
capitalism
Profit
would
exists for the
thrive
sake
in a
of
communist
profit.
society?
That's
do
a
you
big
believe that
thing.
No, not everything would.
Okay, so
Actually,
that's
some
that's
stuff we
a
just don't.
what I'm saying.
Some
important
stuff we
thing
just
to
don't need. So
remember.
those people can
Companies
do other
don't make profit in order
do other
to
things.
use
What
this
you're
profit
what- no,
for
what
a
you're trying to
specific
say-
goal.
what you're
It's just
saying
for the
boils
sake
down
of
to
increasing the number,
comedians can
increasing
only
the
be
profit.
comedians.
It's
They
just
have no outward
that's
skill
the
to do anything else.
kind of
I didn't say that. What I'm
vicious
saying
thing
is
about
that
it, the profit
I'm
motive.
saying that under
The
capitalism,
profits itself
comedians only
becomes
have
the
to be
goal
comedians. They don't have
and
to
not
be,
the thing that you want to
a steel worker.
achieve
Wait,
with
that's
that
the problem.
profit,
What's the
with
problem?
that money.
You shouldn't be
Truckers don't
locked
have to learn how to
you
code.
shouldn't be locked into one thing your entire life because that's the thing that you're able to make money off of in a
But
capitalist
that's
system.
some people's passions. So why are
Wait,
you willing to
who's
take
saying
that away?
what? No, who's saying their passion would leave? Nobody's saying wait, right? Comedian might not be a job anymore. It might not be something that they do for to live, but they would still be able to be a comedian, and it would actually be easier for them to be a comedian because they wouldn't have to wonder where the fuck their housing is coming from if they can't get gigs that month.
See, I think you understand what I'm saying, but you're missing the point.
No, I'm not. You just don't understand this.
Actually, without the
what
profit
you're
motive,
saying
a
is
lot of
that
things would
you're
be
saying
better
that comedians just
quality.
need to take on a second job, and I'm saying that under the current system we have, they
No,
don't
they would
have
only
to.
have no. They would only have one job because being a comedian would not be their job. They wouldn't have to do that as a job. They wouldn't
so
have to
you're
hope and
okay-
pray that they sell out a show in order to pay rent that week.
So
here's
so
here's
you're-
let me
you're
here's what I'm
okay
gonna say.
with taking
I
jobs
guarantee
away.
you if I went to every comedian and I said, "Hey yo, if you work 2 days, like 4 or 5 hour days, farming, you can spend the rest of the week doing whatever you want. This includes comedy. We'll even fucking set up the comedy club for you. You can do whatever you want." They're gonna all say yes.
No, I don't think so.
I think they will.
Because
Most
what
comedians,
you're
most
doing-
comedians aren't just. See, the thing is, what we need to stop doing is pretending that like every person that's a comedian is only a comedian. Not everybody's Kevin Hart. Most people who do stand up have other employment. It's typically like waitressing or being a waiter or baristas. It's the vast minority of people who only work as comedians. That's the minority.
I'm using comedian as an example.
Yeah, this could be for any. I can put.
I'm saying that under a capitalist society, there are an unmeasurable amount of ways to make money. Is what
No,
I'm
there's
saying.
not.
And yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You can sell your toenails online if you want to for a living.
That's just sales. That's
Like,
not a
this
new.
is what I'm
That's not a
saying.
new way
Like-
of making money. That's just selling something. Selling something
no.
is.
So what I'm saying is under capitalism, right?
You don't need
get that
capitalism to be able
opportunity.
to sell your
You don't
toenails,
get that
by the way.
opportunity
Yes,
under
under capitalism, you get the opportunity to have to figure out what to do in order to live. You get the opportunity to sell your labor in order to hope you have enough money to pay for groceries that week. That's what you get.
So let's say you're a content creator. Under capitalism, let's say you're a content creator full time. That's your passion. That's what you want to do. Under capitalism, how does that? I'm sorry. Under communism, how do you manage that person's life?
Talking about
What do you say to that person who just wants to do content creation under
So do it.
communism?
So do it.
So how does that
Are
person
you
provide
providing
value?
a service to the community? If the community likes it's the same in capitalism. If people like what you're doing, we're going to continue to fund you doing it. But if I'm a content creator in capitalism and nobody likes my content, how do I make money? I don't. Just like if I'm in communism and I'm a content creator and nobody likes if I'm a content creator in a communist system and everybody loves my content, I'm gonna keep doing it because they're gonna keep.
But see, that's the problem.
This is
Under
exactly how it works in capitalism.
No,
That's exactly
it's
how
not.
it is.
It's
Yes,
not.
it is. If I'm a content creator who makes content that nobody likes,
Yeah.
can I do
You
content
listen
creation
monetization
solely
path.
under
You want to
capitalism?
buy my toenail?
So for your analogy to work,
Bro,
the
you don't know what
government.
you're talking about.
For your analogy to work in capitalism,
You'd rather
the
buy my
government
toenails
or
than my
powers that
art?
be would have to pay you
Is that
as a
how it
salary.
is? Is this?
And that's not the
Is
case.
this what you're saying?
Bro, you are not tracking. This is
community,
embarrassing.
your organized community under capitalism does not pay you to content.
This is
create.
embarrassing.
The
This is
private
embarrassing.
Owner,
Who
the
pays
private-
how do content creators get their money?
Because
Donations.
the individual pays the individual pays into a system that pays you. That's how it works.
Currently, right now, how do I am a full-time content creator. Where does my money come from?
Donations.
Well, you get money when people on this chat send you money.
When they watch, so I get money if
wallet.
people watch and like my stuff. I get money if people enjoy the content I put out.
Or yes,
If
nobody
people don't
enjoys
like
my
my
content,
content
my art.
and they don't watch it, then I wouldn't be able to make a living as a content creator.
Nah,
I'd have to
actually,
do
I'm
something else,
making
correct?
better and better
Now,
money.
if somebody under
Right.
communism wants to be a content creator and they put out content that the community likes, we'll
It's actually
say
getting
you
better.
keep doing that because we
We can
really
do this.
like it, and you'll continue to receive your basic needs, just like under
I'm a
fucking
multi-talented.
capitalism. This is a one-to-one
No.
analogy. There are no
So,
flaws
wait,
in this
the
analogy
diff- no,
whatsoever.
the-
You
the
just aren't
difference
tracking.
is the difference is that in communism the community is paying you. The whole community is paying you.
There's no
versus
paying.
an
What are you talking about?
individual
There's no
on this
paying.
app who just
There
so
is no
happens
paying.
to like you.
Communism is
paying.
society without
They give you
currency.
resources. That's the
So
How
there's
do I
no.
get? Yes, and
it's a
the same.
private
Dog, it's the
entity.
same.
It's a private entity giving you resources
Dog,
because that
it is the
private
exact
entity just
same.
so happens. Okay,
It's the
so in
exact
that
same,
one-to-one
okay.
analogy, let's say I make a widget, right? I make a widget and I keep producing this widget. In your communist society, to this one-to-one analogy, you would be okay with me selling that widget that I create for a profit. That's what
No.
you're saying. That's literally the
What are you talking
one-to-one
about?
analogy.
Did you not listen to the conversation that I had right before you joined in, where we went over all of this?
Right,
If
that's
you are
why
The
making
widget.
something,
We're living
you are
in the
making
19th
something that's
century
solely for
talking
your
about widgets.
personal use, and you're only using it for your personal use. Great, keep it. But if you make something,
No, I'm not
and
using it for my personal use.
then it's
I'm
part of
using
then
it
it's
to
part of
give-
the means
I'm
of
using it to
then
give
it's part of
value
the
to my
means of production.
community.
You don't know what
I'm using
you
it
don't
to
even
give
know
value
it.
to my
Bro,
community.
can you tell me what communism is?
So it is when it's basically the opposite of capitalism, where you're getting rid of privatized means of production, whether
Right,
it's goods,
so-
resources, and
Great. So when you just said, so if I privatize a means of production under communism, you see the flaw in the question? We wouldn't let you
No, I
privatize a
don't,
means of
because-
production under
because-
communism.
Because what I'm saying is, when you talk about comedians or when you talk about content creating, what is not private about that?
There's no. What are you talking? There's no means of production.
What
are you
what
talking
is,
about?
What is how is
What
the
are you
means
talk-
of
what-
production
what-
not
what?
privatized?
What? What is the
When you
means
talk
of?
about-
I'm sorry.
when you-
What's the means of production if I'm doing a comedy show? What is the means of production?
I mean, technically speaking, the computer is the means of production because Jovan is producing entertainment via the computer. So technically speaking, the means of production is the computer. If you're being like the instrument of the production is the computer, right? Isn't that means of producing the content?
In this case,
Yourself. You're creating the jokes. That's the privatized. If I'm creating the gadget, that's privatized, right? Is it not?
chat. Am I in the fucking Twilight Zone right now?
Just like the means
What's
of
the
production to create the widgets is the factory or whatever, I would say that doesn't the computer to produce the stream counts as a mean of production? And if you make enough, the company that you register as a streamer?
Difference
Bro, am I
between
in
you
the Twilight
creating a
Zone?
joke. What's the difference between
Am I
you creating a
in the
joke
Twilight Zone?
and me creating a gadget? What's
You
the
don't
difference?
know what the means of production are.
What is the difference between me creating a gadget and you
Because
creating
one is a
joke?
product and the other is just my inherent labor.
No,
One is
that's
it's a
product.
service. You're producing a
What is the
service.
difference between me creating a service and you creating a joke?
What's the difference between a service and a joke?
Correct. You as a comedian doing a joke, creating a valuable resource to the community, and me offering a private service
Yeah, a
to my
computer would
community.
be
What's
the
the
means of
difference?
production, no?
What's the difference between a service and a joke?
Yeah, tell me. How do comedians under capitalist society
Streamers
make their money?
produce
They
a
create a
service.
service. They allow for enjoyable events for their people who support them, and they get money for that. This is pretty simple. It's a service, however you try to spin it. Comedians provide a service,
I never
so
said
do
they didn't.
bricklayers.
I never
So
said they
do
didn't.
pipe.
But
so do
again,
pipe fitters,
if they're
so
providing
do
a
electricians.
service, here let's go through this one more time. If I'm a comedian and I provide a service, and that service is entertainment, and I go to a comedy club and no one shows up to my gig because they don't like my jokes, how do I earn a living?
You don't. Under capitalist society, you do not.
Thank you.
And under a communist society, your government pays you for providing a joke. Like your group that you live with pays you to do so.
You've proven my point here. Thank you.
But what I'm saying is you're still offering a private service. So comedians won't exist in a communist society because they cannot provide something that is not a private service.
What are you talking about? It's not private. If they're
you still haven't explain to me how a comedian is not a private service.
When it comes to privatized services, right? When it comes to these sort of things, the service
he
is
quiet?
just the labor that a person puts into.
I'm having
it.
problems
The reason
hearing.
why you can't privatize that labor is because it's your own labor. Your labor is not a privatized commodity unless somebody is paying you for that labor. The comedian is not being paid for this labor. They're providing the service to the society. And then if the society likes the service, the society will say, keep doing that service. You don't have to do anything else. This is what we like.
Okay.
If
Now-
people don't like the service, then the comedian doesn't do that service anymore, just like they would now. It is it is literally happening the exact same way. And you keep going, well, see how different it is under communism? It's not different.
No.
It's the exact thing.
I'm getting ready now that you've explained it. Okay, let's jump to this example. We're in a communist society. I am the only electrician in this community, and I can provide a service that no one else can. Now, how does that analogy one-to-one up?
We would just train somebody else to be an electrician, bro.
You know what I mean?
Training exists, my guy.
It's literally moving the goalpost.
It's not moving the goalpost. There would never be an instance where there are no instances where there's just one person who has the strict knowledge on one thing. We're not in a fucking apocalyptic scenario here. If you're an electrician, we can train other people to be electricians. You recognize this, right?
Yeah,
you recognize
and
training
you
exists.
can also train another person to be a comedian, but that doesn't mean that everyone's gonna be an electrician or a comedian.
No shit, we don't need everybody to be.
What I'm getting
capitalists are fucking crazy, bro.
No, what I'm getting at is that there will be people who are good at certain things and bad at certain things. And what you're good at in a capitalist society, you exploit and you make money from that. So
No,
if you're
you get
good
exploited.
at pipe fitting, if you're good at pipe fitting,
I mean,
you create a pipe laying.
the reality
business.
is
if
that-
you're good at being
What
a
do I need to
comedian,
make a business?
You create a.
What do I need
a-
to make a
create
business under
comedian.
capitalism? What do I
Say
need
that
to
again?
make a What do I need to make a business under
God,
capitalism?
it's raining
What do
hard.
I need?
What do you need to make a business?
Yep.
You just need an idea.
No.
You
need
not. You
capital.
might not even
You
need
need
capital.
capital.
You might
Yes,
not
you
even
do.
need money to do it.
Yes, you do.
You don't.
It depends
there
on
are
the
no
business, to be
businesses that
fair.
you're starting
Some
without
business
capital.
have
How do
lower
you register
threshold
your
of
How do
startup.
you register your LLC?
And you know that
How do you register your LLC?
It will be our short stack
It costs
goblin
money to do
porn,
this.
Comrade Lucy.
How are you doing that? How do you get a
I'm-
business license? It costs
I'm
money to get a
above
business license.
washes of the world. I just draw my short stack on stream
is
business
business
things.
and how business
I
is
should
run.
I should just do this, right?
This is business.
This is
I
what
should just do this for the last.
conservatives are actually against. So you're small government essentially.
How do
what
I?
you're saying.
How do I? Communism
You're
is
for
no.
small government.
Communism is no government, dummy. I'm a communist, so I don't want any government.
So then as a conservative, you're probably
There
more
you
in
go.
alignment with what
A
I'm
horse.
saying. I don't agree.
I added a
having to pay
horse.
fees
How do
to
you
start
like
a
this?
business. What I'm saying is, in order to
And
offer
there
a
are
service,
people that
let's
want
say
to
you're
be
a counselor and you can
the
talk
horse.
to people and provide a good.
How do you pay your taxes?
There you go.
How do you pay your taxes
good.
at the end of the year?
I'm gonna censor it now.
We understand how
before
our
people
society
clip it
works.
and
America is not
cancel me.
America is not 100% capitalist.
But I have
society.
added a horse
That's
for a
number
short
one.
bit.
It's not 100%.
Oh,
Is it
see, the
100%
number of viewers
It is not.
What is
It is not.
capitalism? Capitalism is just the
we have-
ability
increased
to
when I added the horse.
Okay, so how do you explain the social programs that we
Social
offer?
programs have nothing to do with capitalism or communism.
Okay, so we're
all
not 100%
capitalism
capitalist
is
society.
all capitalism is the ability to privately own the means of production, which we have in the U.S. That's all capitalism is.
So
we have privatized
okay,
ownership of
so
the means of production.
Explain
and if you want to go even
FEMA.
further,
Explain FEMA. Explain all of the resources that are distributed from.
Explain. Explain.
The financial
FEMA?
aid.
What the fuck are you?
food
What
stamps.
are you talking about? None of this.
I'm
None of this has
listing
to
all
do
the
with the fact.
I'm
None of this
listing all
has
the
to do with the fact.
bureaucratic
Bro,
agencies.
shut up, bro. None of this
I'm
has to
listing
do
all
with.
the
No,
bureaucratic
you're
agencies
listing
that
off
support-
nonsense. None of this has to do with Do we have the ability in the United States to privately own the means of production? Yes or no?
Yes, but that doesn't
then we're
mean that we're
capitalists. That's all
100%
capitalism is.
capitalist
That is
No,
what
we
capitalism
don't.
is.
No, we don't.
That is what
Wait,
capitalism
I'm not
is.
even from the
That is
US.
what
I have no
capitalism
right
is.
to talk.
That is
So
what
I
capitalism
think
is.
you're being,
That is
you're
what
being
capitalism is.
facetious at this point.
That is
because
You're
what
being
capitalism
obtuse.
is.
You
That
don't
is what
understand
capitalism
how
You're
it
being a
works.
straw
That
man.
is what capitalism is.
You're being a
sorry you
straw
don't
man,
understand.
Joe
I'm sorry you
Van.
don't know what capitalism is while you're here trying to argue for it.
Okay,
That is
so
what capitalism is.
why do we pay in taxes into these social
Taxes have
programs?
nothing to do with whether we're capitalist
Why
or
do we
not.
pay taxes into these social
Taxes
programs?
have
And
nothing
why
to
do
do
we
with whether we're
receive free
capitalist or not.
resources? Why do
Taxes
we
have
receive
nothing to
free
do with whether we're capitalist or not.
You're being such
Okay,
a
explain to why do we receive
straw
free
man,
resources?
Joe Van.
Receiving free
The
resources
hell,
have
Joe
nothing to do with
Van?
whether we're capitalist or not.
So,
Where's Joe Van
this is
being
why,
such a...
you don't really understand.
Define
why
capitalism.
we gotta-
Define capitalism right now.
The privatized ownership of a resource or a good.
No. The privatized ownership over the means of production.
You are the mean. You're mean.
And
You're
do we have
mean.
this? Do we
Production.
have this? And do we have
This
this
is
in
because
America?
he's streaming
Yes
from
or no?
Maryland. Obviously true.
We do, obviously.
Then great.
I
America's
should
capitalist.
put up the
So shut
flag
fuck
of
up.
Maryland.
That's so fucking stupid, bro.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
I'm
So stupid,
streaming
bro.
from my
How are you gonna
Maryland
fucking
apartment.
argue with me when you're answering yes to all my questions. Get the fuck out of here, dog.
Oh, you have to guess
That
from
shit is
which
so annoying,
city
bro.
in Maryland I'm streaming from.
This literally, do you know what this is? Do you know what this was? Wait, I'll show you exactly what this conversation just was. Hold on. This is what this conversation just was.
Okay, Man Ray, are you ready for your first day at goodness school? Pat, get your wallet out. Okay, goodness lesson number 1. You see someone drop their wallet. Patrick dropped the wallet. Now, what would you do?
Excuse me, sir, but I do believe you've dropped your wallet.
Doesn't look familiar to me.
What? I just saw you drop it. Here.
Nope, it's not mine.
Excuse me, sir. I think capitalism is when the means of production are privately owned. I would agree. Then you would agree that America is capitalist. It's not America. America's not capitalist. Come on, bro.
There are actually proponents of capitalism that say that real capitalism has not been tried. Should we watch a President Sunday? Oh, I actually want to watch a President Sunday thing, maybe. Should I? Should I watch a President Sunday or talk to a person about conscription? Should I? Or should I just drop it? God damn. Let's do the low-hanging fruit of the Noah Samson loves it next.
Drew
Wait,
from
link it.
Canada,
Link it. Link
from
me the
OO
low-hanging
Canada,
fruits.
my home and native land. Drew, first of all, Drew, 33, independent. How are you? Hope you're well. Drew, have you heard that Canada song? That's like, it goes like Canada, and then it is. I heard it at Disney. It is the craziest shit I've ever heard. So I just want to know if a Canadian knows that song.
No, I'm not too familiar with it. But is it the national anthem?
You're missing out.
You're talking about?
No, it's not. It was not the national anthem. It was some pop tune. Who knows? Well, I don't know what it's called, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Drew, you want to know why if I'm reading this correctly, why the political parties can't find common ground. Is that correct?
Yeah, you guys, like, coming from Canada, you guys are rough with each other. It's tough to hear, and it's sad to see how you guys talk to each other, one another.
Could it possibly be that one side is loaded with fascists?
Oof, not even that. Drew is speaking, doesn't even know, and this is crazy to tell a person as a white American, the fucking privilege you are dripping with right now, since you actually have left political party representation in your country.
Yeah, that's fine, but yeah, what do you mean by fascist? Though, can you explain that term?
Yeah, do you want like a? I know he just lost over that one. I can give you like the my definition of like how I define fascist per like Umberto Eco. I would just define it as an authoritarian ultranationalist movement centered on mythic national rebirth and the dismantling of liberal democratic norms and worker rights.
Okay, can you guys agree that both parties are trying to make like America a better place to live in?
No, not even close.
Nor do I even agree that they ever were trying to do that for anybody but a specific class of people.
And what's your charity for again? It's for
Recovering from religion. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a lot of people that are actually like suffering from this in the States?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like what are some symptoms or that people are having?
Symptoms?
Like what's
Symptom? What do you mean symptoms?
I don't
It is
know,
traumatic.
I've never even heard that recovering from religion. That's a little bit crazy, but
Recovering from religion
I'm not
is
gonna
the
knock it.
name. Recovering from religion is the name of the organization. But you're in Canada. It's not like you don't. Drew, are you Christian?
I'm not necessarily Christian. The way I see religion is that we all pray to God, just in different ways. Okay.
Cool.
So
That's not an important
You didn't
addition
link
to
me,
the
Dr.
answer at
Zhang.
all. Drew, some people are raised dogmatically and severely in their religions, like myself, being raised to be a very pious Mormon. Christian nationalism in America is rampant, so it's actually kind of the default. And for a lot of people,
I should turn
when
on
they,
the light at some point. I do have electricity right now.
they come out of religion, because everything is so pious and dogmatic, you have people who then treat you like shit. You basically lose not just your identity, but for example, in my case, lost my community, lost my family, lost elements of my career path. Literally, they shun you and treat you like shit because you don't believe as they do anymore. And so to have a support organization out there that helps to pick you up, help you make a plan, help you build a new community isn't just like a pleasant thing or a weird, like, I don't know, either condescending fucking thing about what are your symptoms of. It's not as though you're not fucking aware of this, that people treat other people who leave their religion like shit and take their community and shun. I just don't buy
Okay,
the
fair enough.
ambivalence here, Drew.
Well, listen, I haven't really seen it here. I guess there's a lot of different things that are happening in the States, and
No,
you know, when it
there's
comes
plenty
to
of Christian nationalism and dogmatic religion in Canada. There's my church, Mormonism, is in Canada.
yeah, they come door to door and they try to preach their religion. And
So what do you think
whatever.
happens in Canada when one of those young boys who dedicated their life so much to their religion that they went for 2 years out to do that door knocking and tell everybody that they have the truth? What do you think happens to those young men when they realize that their religion isn't true, but their whole community, career, everything is tied into it? You think they don't need a little bit of help getting out of that?
Well,
you think Canada, everybody's just cool?
I don't see them as bad people. You know, like religion is not bad.
Yes, it
I
is.
mean, a lot of people
it
pray
is.
and worship
Religion's
and
bad.
try
Yeah,
to do
it's bad.
good by their religion.
Yep, all bad.
Right?
Religion's bad, period.
That's all bad?
Like it. Yes, correct.
Fair enough. It wasn't for you. Maybe you and your
No. It's not for anybody. Religion is bad for everybody.
No, I disagree with that, and
Sure, you're wrong.
Like respectfully, I disagree with you.
I don't,
on that,
and
take.
disrespectfully, I disagree with you.
Why would I use a voice changer to talk to two guys on the like.
I don't know,
Why would they
because
do
when
that?
I pitch your voice up to semitones, it sounds normal. Versus right now, where
Okay,
it
well-
feels like there's a weird little,
Maybe because I'm on
mechanic
speaker, I was told
to
not
it.
to, but it. Hold on, can you guys hear me better?
That sounds
sounds more normal when I pitch you up like two semitones. Weird.
Well, I was on speaker for a little bit, so I took it off speaker. I don't know if you guys can hear me better now.
Drew, which religion is good for people?
I think all of them are good. All of them. We listen.
Why?
Like I said, I think people pray to God, and like we all pray to probably the same God in just different ways. Okay.
What if there isn't a
It's
God?
good for people. It finds.
Is
they
it
find
good if
comfort.
that God doesn't exist?
What God do I pray to?
Well, does Santa exist?
No.
Okay.
And
There's
Santa
no
will
way.
reserve for children.
There's no way that was your response to that, homie.
Everybody will. Well, everybody will tell their kids that Santa's real.
No, not everybody. I wouldn't tell my kids. And in fact,
I'm
I
pretty sure-
discourage atheists. I in fact discourage people from telling their kids that Santa literally exists. You can play Santa as a game and establish that it is a fiction, but I actually think it is a bad thing to lie to children and then tell them these things that exist fundamentally can't exist. They're impossible to exist. So no, I don't agree with your assertions that anything about Santa is good. But by the way, you said, did Santa exist? We recognize Santa is a fiction and we reserve that for children. If an adult was still writing letters to Santa, and they didn't have a developmental disability, you would be like, what the fuck is up with this guy?
Okay, fair. And how about this one then? So you don't like to tell people that Santa, isn't real. You like to be completely honest with the kids and whatever.
Yeah.
But how about a kid who is, let's say, white and wants to identify as black? Are you going to let them identify as a
Oh
black
my
guy?
God.
No.
Even
Has
though
this
they're
just
white?
become?
How do
Drew,
we
do
enlarge
you
this
have
model?
do you have a dartboard in front of you with just like dumb talking points, and you're
Yeah.
just throwing those darts at the board like every 5 seconds?
Drew, I'm impressed that you decided to take
every
a step away before you jump to
every
trans,
conversation
because this
you
is the
guys
only
have
thing you
had-
guys have. This is the only
I'm just
thing. It
saying,
literally,
every
guys.
conversation-
I don't care, Drew. I'm going to mute you for a moment. This is the thing that they have. They literally go, if you don't know the actual science behind trans, if you don't know why transgender identities are well supported by science, your instinct in our society, because of the history of caricaturizing these people, is that they're essentially a joke, they're icky, they're gross, you're not attracted to them, blah, 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 blah. Girls with penises, terrifying, blah, blah, blah. So they know that to a person who is either already politically opposed or just ignorant, they're going to get an instant win if they bring trans people up, because they don't have to worry that these people are going to actually go educate them on trans issues. Any person who ever brings up trans issues, which by the way was the step away we were from, literally he was going to say, no, you can't. We were going to say you cannot, because race is not a characteristic that you can identify as. That's not a character, an identity you can pick up. And he was going to go, then why do you tell little boys they could be little girls? That was going to be, there is no concession, modern day, quite like, I'm losing, so I'm going to bring up trans, because it won't matter whether I'm right or wrong. I know I will win the popular vote because people are popularly against the identities of trans people. Literally, people from now on, anytime you listen to a debate where trans issues isn't the topic of the debate, where nobody's talking about trans issues, and out of fucking nowhere, an issue you are actually talking about, like, does God exist? Is Christianity, is religion good for? If the person steers you to trans, they lost.
That's true.
Period.
I mean,
it is their
They lost their
ultimate
period.
loser pivot.
I think it's just the fact that most independents, let's just be real, he's not independent, but most conservatives just can't stop thinking about trans women.
Yeah.
They just can't. It is on their mind 24/7. They got some type of weird kink that I'll never be able to figure out, because I don't have the
Well, for me, it doesn't have to be kink.
No, there's definitely a kink.
Literally, no. What I'm saying is, because I'm not a fucking bigot and I don't have to suppress it, if I want to watch trans people fuck each other on the internet, there are places I can do so and support them and not feel bad about myself. Because guess what? Some of that shit's hot as fuck. But I don't have to be fucking weird and suppress it and hate them for it. Just like the way Drew, 10 years ago, 15 years ago would be hating on gay sex. And his browser history, back before you could have even wiped it, and it's been a little while. It's been a while that you could wipe it. What, like 20 years ago they invented wiping your history? And they made it easy, a lot easier, more recent than that with incognito and shit. Anyway, Drew, I don't care what points you want to make about trans or identifying as race. Defend that religion is good. The word trans does not have to come up in your defense of religion once. And if you can't do it without it, concede that you've lost.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Wow, you went in there, man. That was good.
Yeah, and you lost.
I didn't lose. I'm just trying to have a conversation. You guys, I don't want
You're trying to defend that religion is good
I'm not trying to,
for people,
Yeah, it
and
is
you're
good.
invoking trans issues.
There's millions of people in this world who fall to religion, and it helps them
And they're wrong to
go
do so.
with their day-to-day lives. And
Their lives are
they're
worse
not
because they
wrong.
do so. Yeah, they are.
So what would you suggest? Just
Secular humanism.
Sorry?
Secular humanism.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry that you feel that way.
I'm sorry
it's-
that
it's
you
good
think
for-
religion is good when all the religions in the world have only improved as they've adhered more to the same values that secular humanism advocates for. I fucking find so dumb. That's why I did it back to you. This, I'm sorry you feel that way. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry you're a bigot, Drew. Do you feel better because I said I'm sorry on your behalf? I'm sorry
know,
you're a
you just seem like an
racist,
angry guy,
transphobic
man.
bigot.
You're just very angry. Like, this is, you know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm
Oh,
talking
no.
about.
Oh no, am I
You got
angry, Drew?
It's
Oh
definitely
no.
a voice changer, by the way.
Oh no, Drew, am I angry? Why do you step down your voice? Is it because you're too feminine sounding without it?
No, because
I've got a
because I
feminine
have-
voice.
I go
Just
from speaker-
just take it.
I go from speaker to
one
speaker,
believes
so
you.
that's why it's probably going up
Oh,
and down.
okay.
It doesn't change your
And
voice
now
to
you're
70
getting-
tones, brother.
Yeah.
So what do you guys
She's a
spend
lady!
15 grand on? The 15,000 that you guys got, what are you guys going to
Yeah.
use it on to help these people? That's my question.
Oh, I don't run.
We
by
are
the way,
not
it's six.
we're not the nonprofit. So.
It's $16,251. Hang on, Drew. I'm going to answer your question here in a moment, but I'm going to mute you. Guys, for the remainder of the call that Drew is on the line, if you send a donation of $5, that is specifically saying you are donating because of Drew. That Drew, until Drew hangs up, for the $5 that you send, you are sending $5 essentially on behalf of Drew. Now, Drew, your question is, what were we going to spend it on? We are not. I don't run the organization. The organization, RFR, is ran by Dr. Daryl Ray. And that money is spent on a lot of things. Community building services is a big part of it. Web resources is a part of it. The retreats that these people, that they invite the public to go on so they can do community events. And then a lot of it is also representation at different conventions and stuff, because it's extremely important, essentially marketing, that people know recovering from religion exists. Guys, please spam with donations, because all of your donations right now, he was complaining about 15,000. Let's get that up to 20,000 because he's here. Don't forget, if you're having a hard time finding it, like the video, then go back to your main app, go to the bottom and hit your profile photo and open from liked videos. If you reopen the stream from there, you'll have the little button that looks like a heart hands. And he's still on the line, just so you guys know. He hasn't let up yet. I'm still seeing him there. The number one thing that they need this money for is to make more people aware, to do awareness raising, because people don't know that this phone number exists, that these live chats exist, that these online communities exist, and they need to have it. This is a resource for people who are going through a traumatic thing to be able to go and have help and meet friends and make people and restore community that they lose. They also do excursions in the fall that you can go to. They have support groups. I'm literally looking at their website right now. They have support groups. You can find groups that are specific to if you are in a specific group of people. So they have a parents, secular parenting. Literally one of the things people request a show on the most often is secular parenting. We don't have the good resources to do that. We don't have like a group of people who are also like psychological experts on the development of children, and they do. And they have a parental online support group, queer online support groups, chronic illness and disabilities online support groups, youth support groups, women support groups, suicide loss survivors support groups. I didn't know they had that until this very moment, and now I kind of wish I did, because that would have been useful to me a couple of years ago. I don't know if it's new, a Spanish-speaking support group, and a men's online support group. All of those support groups are available and ran by it. They also need it to raise awareness to get more volunteers, and they are expanding into other countries. They actually just started Recovering from Religion Australia. So Drew, thank you so much for asking that question. We are now at $16,965. Guys, go ahead and spam with another 10, 20, 50, 100. Any donation you can do right now. Thank you to Billy, Fun, William, Kamiv, Lena, this person calling in, trying to bastardize trans issues and race issues, to defend a proposition he can't, and now to shit on RFR. Why would you guys even need that? Let's show Drew how much we believe in that cause, as opposed to his whiny bullshit. Thank you, Liz Chris, Dave, Vincent. Drew, what other questions can I answer to you about recovering from religion?
You mentioned a lot of good stuff there, but you forgot to mention that you guys are going to buy some more mouse ears for Giovanni, and then you're going to buy some more dildos for yourself.
So Drew, as I already mentioned to you,
I'd love to cut in real quick. It's crazy how much you got wrong in that.
Yeah.
One, my name is Giovanni.
You guys are scammers.
Two, they're cat ears.
Yeah.
They're cat ears. And three, the money, because it's through YouTube's donation, never touches our hands.
Right.
It goes directly to the registered 501c nonprofit that we aren't a part of.
Right.
So, Drew, I know you tried it.
I'm not even on the
right
board
now,
of RFR yet. I want to be one day.
Right now, all it sounds like, Drew, is that you can't handle your own emotions, so you've lost what little house training you had to try to insult us for raising money for charity. I get it, Drew. You sit at home and you sit on your hand, praying to God it goes numb so you can get a slight sensation of someone touching your dick. But it's not going to happen here. Neither Jimmy nor myself find you very alluring. So please, if you're going to talk, have some semblance of substance. Okay, bud? Okay? Just a little bit of substance.
Why substance?
So everybody's aware.
Substance abuse is bad.
When you hit that heart icon, that is YouTube's giving program. We have literally zero connection. Not only, so if you sent a super chat of $10, YouTube would take, I think it's 35% of it, and they would pass along 65% of it. We would get $6.50 of that $10. If you send $10 to RFR hitting the heart, they send $10. They actually cut out all fees, even though it costs them money to now there's banking transaction fees and stuff. They technically are also giving money when a small amount, but an amount. All $10, if you send $10, goes in. And keep in mind, Drew was called in to say that religion is good and we need to find middle ground with these people. The religion is good, guy. First went to try and bastardize trans people and this idea of identifying with race. And now, just out of pocket attacking the wrong kind of ears on Javon and then making queer references to me. Guess what, buddy? It wasn't on Javon's list. I don't do anal. So what would I have a use for a dildo for? So that's also a fourth thing. I'm a princess. I do, nothing goes in me, period. So anyway, Drew, you were saying we are scamming or grifting or whatever else when this is an actual established charity. You can do all the research to prove it. So now, would you like to come in and make more claims that will make you look equally uninformed and stupid? Drew, what else do you have for us? I'm hoping we can get all the way up to $20,000 just on your ignorance.
Yeah, how much of a cut am I getting?
None. Zero. If I could, I would take your money. If I could, I would literally steal your money if I could and give it to RFR.
Steal? Jesus.
Giovanni, why do you keep
his name isn't Giovanni.
Giovanni.
Well, he looks like a Giovanni. But anyway,
what
do Giovannis look like?
Me, first of all,
I do it. That's me, Jimmy.
Fucking 5-minute rant.
So first of all, I'm
Jimmy. You mean
Jimmy.
the one time I talked in like the last 10 minutes?
I'm the one who keeps muting you.
He's not paying attention.
Yeah, I'm the one who keeps muting you. My name is Jimmy. The black man is Javon. I don't know who Giovanni is. And neither of us look like that. Neither of us look Italian. I'm as British and Irish as you can be, like more. Like your family has to incest to get me.
Oh
And
my
Giovanni, I
God!
don't know
Thank
how
you
to
for
say
the
this. I don't think you look like
$20.
Italian.
True.
Yeah.
Wait, I should have $25, but you donated 20. What happened? An addition? Thank you for the $5. Also, what the hell happened with the thing here? It says 123.176 crazy number. The fundraiser is on some crazy number out of 500. It's crazy. I've never seen something like this. Also, how do you like the animation? How do you like the animation? Thank you. Thank you for the $25. Also, if you like to donate to the Greater Rain Fund, right next to the amount you're donating Greater Rain, because the amount you're giving to Greater Rain, I give to Greater Rain, because we're also kind of fundraising for Greater Rain. I have to add that. If you're donating to me, then say nothing. If you're donating for the Greater Rain Fund, then say Greater Rain. All right, let's continue.
So Drew, the reason we keep muting you is you're more useful on mute as people donate in your name. Guys, let's hit, because we had that single $10,000 donation. Let's match the 10,000 as a community. Let's match and let's pass that 10,000 in the name of Drew. He's still on the line, so your donations are still in the name of Drew. He thinks he deserves a cut. Send as many dollars as you think he doesn't deserve a cut of. All right, Drew.
What's going on? How much did you guys make so far since I've been on here?
Why would we tell you that?
Yeah, I don't care. What are you going to take credit for it? You don't think people should get any money?
Okay, Javon, you're mentioning like something about dick earlier. I mean, when was the last time? Like, can you see your penis? I just want to know.
What?
Yeah.
Are you able to lift that?
Hey, I wanted to tell you about my penis,
Yes.
Drew. You know who saw my penis? Your dad. And he
Damn.
gobbled it up.
Whoa.
Num, num, num. He
No,
would
no,
say
no,
that to
no.
me. He'd go, num, num, num. I love this. Yum, yum, yum. Give your cum, cum, cum. Put it in my tum, tum, tum. Your dad,
not num,
Drew,
num, num.
your dad said, num, num, num. Cum, cum,
I
cum.
will
In
use
my
that
tum,
line
tum,
in the
tum.
future.
Please, please, please. Won't you please? Please, please, please. Guys,
Also, it is so embarrassing to me how
When I'm in a
how long he had
situation
to
in the
think about
future,
that
I'm gonna
comeback.
say that to
Yeah.
somebody.
Like he's sitting there fuming, writing down like, "Dear
I'm gonna say
Slim,
that. I'm
I
gonna
wrote
tell
you,
that to
but you
people.
still ain't
in the
called."
future.
and this is the
Like,
guy
yum,
we're
yum,
supposed
yum,
to go like,
cum, cum,
listen,
cum in my
I'm a
tongue, whatever
well-reasoned
tongue.
person,
I'm gonna
and I'm
replay
telling
this.
you
I'm
that
gonna use
religion
this.
is good for people. I just want to have a conversation about why it is good. But I've so far tried transphobia, homophobia. Now I'm going with fat shaming. And listen, I'm not wanting it, but I am once
Jesus,
again
the
waiting.
lightning is scary.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want it. We talked about this earlier. I don't want it, but I am waiting for it. Send $5 right now in a donation to RFR if you recognize that I banged Drew's dad. That come and his tum tum tum. How you doing, Drew?
Well, man, you're ridiculous. I just want your
Do you-
viewers to understand that
Hey,
they're
Drew, do you
donating
have a
to
beard?
retards.
Do you have a beard?
They're donating to retards who are saying,
That's cool.
"Fuck
Drew,
me
do
and
you
my
have a
bum,
beard?
bum, bum."
Drew, do you have a beard?
Drew, you were just talking
listen,
about
man,
my
don't worry,
dick.
don't
What are
worry
you
how I
talking
look.
about?
Do you have a beard? Drew, I'll let you say whatever slurs you want after that. Do you have a beard?
No.
Okay. You haven't been able to meet one yet?
No.
It's because
One
he's
day.
not 33. He's using a voice changer. I've already confirmed this.
I was using beard the other way. $5 if you agree.
Oh. Because
Hasn't
he's
met a beard
secretly
yet.
gay because he keeps talking about our dicks.
All right, Drew, go ahead and say all the slurs you wanted to say. Beep. That beep was you being unmuted. Go ahead.
That's how much I care.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks for calling in. All those slurs you just said. Guys, the joke is I never unmuted him.
What a strange, what a bizarre development. What up? Oh wait, that's over. Damn, this is scary. Scary crap. Wait, Dr. Jones, link me. Oh, MAGA commentator. Link me the lawsuit of
Norm,
whatever.
who will accept all and any pronouns. Norm, is that true? You don't mind if our live chat, of which there are how many people in live chat right now?
1,500.
You don't mind if all 1,500 of people refer to you as she, for example?
Oh, it's kind of I'm kind of curious how many actual pronouns are there?
Well, there's
Since
he.
you want to be on that subject.
Infinite
There's
amount.
he.
Oh, so
there's
but
she.
I mean, how many? What's the number?
No, I'm going to count them
Is
off.
it
One is
unlimited?
he. There's he,
Okay.
there's she,
If
and
you
there's
count
they.
neopronouns,
And
then
those
I
are your
run the
standard
same
pronouns
Oh,
for which
really?
almost every. Excuse me, I'm not done. Those are your standard pronouns for which almost everybody will adopt. There are at times people who, like nicknames, prefer a more specific pronoun. Generally, you will find that they aren't that picky if you switch back to they, but you should try for their sake. However, in all of the time that we have been doing the show, despite the fact that we have a disproportionate amount of trans people who do call in and engage, I think we maybe get a neo pronoun from 2% of the callers. So if you'd like to pick between he, she, and they, Norm, I think you'll find yourself well accommodated. But if you need more, feel free to pick a different one, and we'll do our best.
Whatever floats your boat. Okay. Can we actually talk about a topic now?
Well,
Instead of pronouns?
pronouns is actually about what floats your boat. So will you feel more respected if the live chat's referring to you as a he, a she, a they, or something else?
Obviously, you're speaking with a man. So
Is
you
that
can
obvious?
Figure you
Norm,
can
have
fill
you
in the
heard your
blanks
phone
on
voice?
that.
Norm, have you heard your phone voice? Are you sure it's as obvious as you think it is?
No.
I think my voice is a little bit lower than yours.
Oh, I never
if we-
came here and
I'm
said
a
that I
musician, I
clearly
think
have.
we could-
Excuse
we
me,
could
Norm.
test the
Norm.
frequency
Excuse me,
range of
Norm.
my
Excuse
voice
me,
versus
Norm.
the
And
frequency
the no
of
assumption
your
thing
voice,
that you talked
if
me
like.
You are
about.
taking
No
this
assumption
extremely
lawsuit.
personally because that is not the point I made.
You're hey,
No, I
you
just think it's
excuse me,
hilarious that
Norm,
you
I'm
guys
not
need to be
finished.
on this topic.
Excuse me,
instead
Norm.
of a real topic, but let's go.
Norm, you're trying to make it personal. I know I have a Charlie Day voice.
Your voice
Excuse
is
me, Norm,
definitely
I'm not done.
higher pitched
Norm, I'm
than
not
mine,
done.
bro.
I'm not done. I benefit from being on video and clearly presenting as a man, as well as having an audience of over 350,000 people who are aware already that I identify as a man.
Congratulations.
You are calling in on the
Congratulations.
phone, Norm, and your voice is not as
Congratulations.
clear as you think it is, nor is it inconceivable that a person with your voice would have pronouns other than expected. So to be clear, Norm,
You guys
would
are
prefer-
really projecting extra hard tonight. You're
That's what
really
we're doing, is
projecting
projecting.
extra hard
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah.
It's very interesting.
Is that
so
what we're
how
doing?
about I answer a couple of
Could you
questions that you asked earlier? Let's do
No,
that.
First, please define what we are projecting.
You're
Use the word
projecting
projection. I'd
because
like you to
can't
defect.
love.
Okay.
Are you going to let me talk? Are you going to let me talk? You're going to talk
I'll
over
think
me.
about it. You took a long
Can
pause.
I answer the
thought you needed
question? Can I answer
you
the
took a lo-
question?
You took
Can
a
I
long
answer the
pause. I
question?
thought you might need it re-explained to you.
I can answer your question.
Go for
Why
it.
is she freaking out so hard?
Yeah, girl.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Can you shut up for a second so I can actually talk?
Oof, I don't
You
know.
cannot love or hate
Can I?
something about another person. Holy shit! You guys can't shut up for a second, can you?
Oh my God, can't we?
Calm down.
Let's go.
I talk for a living,
Are you
sorry.
going to allow me to talk?
Oh.
It's my job to
let's
yap.
do it.
Yes,
Are you going to allow me to
Oni-chan.
answer? Or just
Dr.
keep
Jones,
talking
where's
over
my
it?
link?
All right, go on,
Okay,
Opie.
I can explain why you're projecting. You cannot love or hate something about another person unless it mirrors and reflects to you something that you either love or hate about yourself.
Oh, I see. So I'm projecting my what? Specific. Be specific. Since you're talking broadly, be specific what I am projecting and whether it's something I love or hate.
Well, you must not love yourself very much if you're attacking me, based on
I haven't attacked
how
you
I
yet.
present.
I haven't attacked you yet. By the way,
you attacked me on how I present
if you caught the
myself.
beginning of the show, you would find out not only am I a cisgender man, I am super duper cisgender man. I get gender euphoria.
I've never met an actual masculine man. I've never met an actual masculine man that refers to himself as cisgender. So maybe you're the first.
Or Norm, perhaps your standards of what a masculine man is steeped in what your daddy told you, and your daddy was as stupid as you are.
Well, you know what? Your little high-pitched whiny voice doesn't sound very masculine to me.
That's okay. When I banged your dad, he thought I was masculine enough.
Hey, you know what? Maybe my dad's gay, but it's news to me if he is. Maybe you're gay. I don't really care either way.
I think he's pansexual. He basically was like, I don't care what it is, just put it in my hole.
I'll ask him when I call him tomorrow. He's like 80 years old, so maybe he needs to come out of the closet.
He's a very woke 80-year-old pansexual man.
Okay, so let's actually talk about a real subject instead of just going through these insults that you guys have been doing.
The projection guy is getting so defensive.
Every one of your callers.
What do you do for a living?
Let's actually talk about. So you said you wanted to.
Norm, what do you do for a living?
Give a specific example. What?
Wait, if you hate trans people so much, why are you talking like that? Hey, what, Norm? What do you do for a living?
I work for myself.
Doing what?
I own 3
Doing
businesses.
What? I own a business too.
I'm a licensed massage therapist. Are you going to allow me to talk, fuckface? Are you going to actually let me talk?
Are you going to answer the question?
There's a delay.
Sure.
Calm down, girl.
Baby doll, chill.
Oh, the dude cosplaying a woman is going to tell me to calm down, girl. That's a good. Okay, so let's go.
I love it every time.
Let's go.
Put it on the fucking bingo card. Put it on the fucking bingo card. That's so funny.
See, there you go. See, this is how projection works. This is how projection works.
Norm, how big do you think Luxander? Do you mind if I ask this question?
Yeah, go for it.
How big do you think Luxander's penis is?
I don't even know who you're talking about. You're talking about the dude cosplaying as a woman?
My name is literally on the screen.
Luxander, the other person on the screen who is non-binary.
Luxan or whatever the fuck you want to make up. Yes. Oh, sure. That's what was your birth name was. Yeah, Luxander.
But you're saying you know, because you can always tell that Luxander is a man cosplaying as a woman.
Ethan Klein. North Star Radio. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Dr. Jean.
You sure about that? That's what you know?
I'm pretty sure about that.
You're sure about that?
Or maybe she had too many adagens in utero.
Oh my God, are you melting down?
Dude, obviously
having a great time.
That is a dude.
What a great final call. Wow, what spectacular vibes.
Spectacular vibe. Really? I can talk like that too.
Oh no! Oh wait! So you're above the mocking and the making fun, but when it does it, it's a value of yours. But if other people do it, it happens anyway.
You guys are just having a rough
just don't
night.
pretend. Just don't pretend. Just don't pretend.
Don't pretend. Funny. It's entertaining.
Don't pretend. Don't pretend that you have values when you throw them out the door. If other people. Don't pretend you have values if you throw them out the door as soon as another person doesn't adopt your values. Norm, you can just have sex with men. You don't have to do all of this.
Masculine men say, "I'm a cis man." Yeah,
you're
sure
correct.
They do. Okay,
you're correct.
So you wanted. Let's talk. You wanted.
All right, let's do it. Let's poll the chat. Let's poll the chat. Let's poll the chat.
I feel like men who aren't insecure in their masculinity will identify themselves as cisgender if they are factually cisgender. But again, that's men who are confident in their masculinity.
Right. You're so terrified. You're so terrified.
You're Gen Zer.
My guy Norm, you are literally terrified of pronouns. You want to tell me you're masculine?
I know. I just think
were you
guys
the cop who killed? Were you the cop who shot at that? Were you the cop who shot at that car because an acorn fell behind it? Because you're like that level of hormonal and sensitive right now.
No, let's talk about. Let's talk about. That's what I wanted to talk about.
Let's unload my clip.
Let's talk about the police.
Let's talk about the police.
Yeah,
now,
let's talk
when
about the
you
police.
watch
Yeah, let's talk about state
YMCA, the
troopers.
music video, and you're violently masturbating, is the cop the one you're watching the most?
Depends.
There you go with the projection again.
You
See,
said,
I'm calm.
let's
You
talk.
guys aren't very calm
You
tonight.
said, let's
You
talk
seem to
about
be
the
a bit
police, and
riled
I
up.
had a
See how
police
my voice is
question.
calm?
Dude, you're the
And
one
your
who
voice
can't
is
stop
up
thinking
like
about my
this.
dick.
Your voice
My
is
brother.
like this.
My dude, my sweet baby
I'm
cakes.
talking
You're the one
in
who
a
cannot
normal,
stop thinking
calm
about my
voice,
dick
and
right
you guys
now.
can't handle it.
His
Dude, I
dick,
could care
his
less.
back, his pussy, and his crack.
I could care less.
Wow.
I wanted to
let's get
answer
a
a
vote.
question you got. I wanted to answer two
Let's
questions
get a
that
vote.
you guys asked. You asked
I'm gonna ask
specifically
the
how
chat a
DEI would
question.
affect someone negatively.
Uh-huh. You were also going to answer why black
let's
women
do
are
it.
more likely to have complications during pregnancy. And since we
Sure.
already know the
Absolutely.
results
Let's do
of
it.
the study, the results of the study was that black women don't get as good of care because they aren't taking it seriously.
No,
What's
that's
the number
actually
one?
no.
So you're saying that's a
no.
lie?
You left out a key factor. You
Okay,
left
what
out a
is
key
it about?
factor. It's because
What-
they're 40
what is that?
pounds heavier than other races of women. It's because
and
they're
yet
fat
that
as hell.
isn't what the
it's because
study
they,
found.
on average,
God, it's
the
so
median
norm-
average is like 200 pounds.
Oh,
course,
So
God,
if you
it's
go in
gonna
there,
be
you're
racist
pregnant,
as
and you're
well.
like 200 pounds, you're going to have more complications than a white woman who's 140 pounds.
Bro, you can just have sex with men. You don't have to do all this.
True.
Okay.
You have
There
my
you go.
permission to
There's
think about my
projection.
penis, Norm. It's
wonderful.
fine.
It's a
What do you mean projection? I literally fucked your dad. I'm not ashamed of fucking men.
You guys are you're really having a rough night. It's hilarious.
You can just be queer, oh baby. You can
just project
fuck
all
away
night.
the pain. Oh, it's not. Sorry, you can't hear it. I'll fix
Dude,
it
you
for
guys,
you.
You can hear it a little bit.
You guys don't even
You
understand the
can
level of
just be
projection.
queer, oh baby.
Ay, ay, ay.
You can fuck away the pain. Condition your throat with dildos. You can fuck being a dick away. I wrote that for you,
You're
Norm.
really proving how much of a cis man you are.
Is that what I proved, Norm?
Do you understand? Yeah. Well,
Hey,
you know,
Norm,
I'm not convinced.
Does
I
it
don't think
matter?
your audience is
Does it
convinced
bother
either,
you
but
that
that's
I've
okay.
banged more? It does bother you that I've banged more women than the number of times you've had sex? Because you've only had sex
I highly doubt that.
times.
Yeah. Okay. Sure you have. How many times have you been to Europe?
It's dry.
Okay. Let's see. Where have you been in this world other than the little shithole that you're living in right now?
Which is the little shithole? Wait, are you acknowledging that America's a shithole country? Because I've lived all over it.
Or is he just talking about you fucking his dad?
Or are you complaining that I haven't been to Thailand where you finally were able to get laid for the low, low price of $800?
I was a professional underground DJ from 1995 to 2000. I was
sir,
getting
you don't-
paid to go to Europe and bang hot Northern European women. I don't think so, bro.
Norm, you didn't have to tell us you were a DJ. Everyone here
You're a
already
little
knew that.
dude. What are you
Norm,
like? 5'10",
Norm.
maybe
Norm.
5'9"?
Buddy,
Okay,
I'm
how
literally
you gonna
6'2". I'm literally 6'2" and 220. I'm literally 6'2",
Oh, sure you are.
220.
Yeah, and that
Oh
little
my God,
high-pitched
this
voice.
little bitch
Yeah,
just tried
I
to...
totally believe you.
Remember the thing he said about projecting because you are what you hate? I'm literally 6'2". I'm a public figure, so it's not a thing I can hide. I'm literally 6'2" and 220. You absolutely whiny, redacted child who is saying about projection. And so you're now claiming I'm like, well, it's just so funny. You went with 5'10", which would still be average. I'm taller than average. It'd still be average. You're clearly 5'4", and you didn't have to tell us you were a DJ. We all knew you were a DJ. And I think you're less of a massage therapist and a more massage the rapist.
I want to know how
you're
tall
like,
people
I
think
can't
I
top
am.
that shit. Top
do
it.
I give short king energy?
I don't take hormone
What
meds.
hormone meds is that? Are
You're
you guys
taking
on?
those because your
I have
testosterone is
to
lacking.
turn on the light soon.
I can naturally get a boner.
are having a
I don't
really
need the
hard
pills
time, and
you
it's
take.
funny.
I know you take them and they're blue, and usually that's something to be
Idiots had a
ashamed of,
single
but it
brain, so
is
they could ask
for
Lux why she still collabs with two people who were harboring someone who groomed a minor. I mean,
sing so beautifully.
the people that call into don't know the streamer lore.
Dude, who's ever heard of a cisgender man who can sing? Only trans men can sing.
Those people don't know about this.
Oh, I hit my F wrong. You know how that goes. No, you don't. You've never
Do you guys feel better now? Do you guys feel better now?
Genuinely, I do.
having a great
feel
time.
better now. Was that therapy
Norm,
for
here's
you?
the thing.
Was
Here's
that
the
therapy
thing,
for
Norm.
you?
Hey, Norm. If you're gonna ask him an answer, here's the thing. I was in a funk because I had that super stupid call earlier where the person was literally using the name of a protagonist from
You
a
had to
video
get that out
game
of
as
your
proof.
system.
And that
Yeah.
one like really annoyed me. And
I
now
still
I'm
haven't
having
even. You didn't even really explain that
and
very
now
well
I'm having
because I was
such a
lost in
good
that.
and now I'm having such a good time emasculating an absolute wimp of a person who's had to jump to guessing my height
You're
wrong.
emasculating.
Hey Norm,
Norm,
how
by
tall are
telling
you?
me how much of a cis man
Norma
you are.
Jane, how tall are you?
How much of a cis man? 6'4".
Hey Norm, how tall are you?
You're gonna die early. That sucks.
6'4".
No, you're not. You fucking
because
liar.
I'm 6'4".
You fucking liar. You dumb piece of shit.
Hey, would you like to know what else I do? Would you
How's
like
your
to know
back,
what
man?
else I do?
Your back's gotta be
Cis man?
fucking killing you right now.
Jesus fucking Christ, you
The
fucking
dude
liar.
cosplaying as a woman is trying to insult me. The dude trying to cosplay as a woman is trying to insult me. That's a good
You're
one.
literally trying to double down on
Listen,
something you fucked
it's
up.
okay for you to think about my dick. It's okay.
I wrote a song for you.
Let's
Here it
talk
goes.
about the state police. Okay.
Nah, this is too fun.
Norm's never had sex that's consensual. Norm's never had sex that's consensual. Except that time he let a guy from ICE put a boot in his butt. I was giving you a chance to do a verse, Norm. Norm's
You know
never
what?
had
I think it's funnier just letting you expose yourself as being a cis
Norm's
man.
never liked that
That's a good one.
idea. Norm can't stay hard if you're into it unless you'll put some pee on him.
I'm gonna be right back. I have to turn on the light.
only
Ask
I
Jimmy
was
why
able
he
to
collabs with
completely
someone
roast you
who
and
he
destroy you
stole
with
their
nothing but the
YouTube channel from
decoys.
someone.
Oh
Wait,
yeah,
You know.
you
Hey,
sure
guy.
did.
what is
Oh,
that?
I
Just so
totally
Wait,
you
what,
know,
forgot.
Dr.
the
Jones? What is
decoys
that
are
all
And your
very
little
about?
bad
high
I
too.
don't
pitched
know
whiny
that
voice,
lore.
you really roasted
I don't
me.
know that lore.
Roasted me hard in your little pitch voice. Yeah.
I know
good
you
one.
know better
Yeah.
than anyone the pains of having a hard and whiny voice.
Yeah.
Norm, you
You guys are
should
really
ask
having a rough night. I feel.
permission.
I wish I could say I feel bad
Norm,
for you,
you
but I
should
really
ask
don't
if
care.
they are interested.
I feel bad that you're gonna die early because you're so tall.
Yeah. I legitimately feel
I
bad
have
about
never
some of my
heard
tall
anything.
friends that way.
Yeah. Okay. So you're telling me a person who's 6'4" is going to die earlier than a person who's 6'2"?
That's
Correct.
literally how it works.
Statistically correct.
Yeah. How's your
But
back,
then you
man?
thought black women
according to
die
what
more
study?
in childbirth because they are 40 pounds up. So you
Because
don't really
they
you aren't really
are
familiar
fat.
with medical facts
Because
and like
they
what the
are
actual conclusions
morbidly
of studies
obese.
are. Oh, morbid.
Hey,
Hey,
you
Norm.
know what? Being
Hey,
morbidly
Norm.
obese
Hey, Norm.
might affect your
Norm.
health.
Hey, Norm.
Maybe it does.
Hey, Norm. I have bad news for you.
Hey, sis man. Hey,
Hey,
sis
Norm.
man.
Hey, sis, baby girl.
Hey,
Hey,
sis
Norm.
man.
Hey, sis, babe. Hey, sis. Norm, sis, sissy.
Yeah,
You're pretty
that's what I'll
racist.
call you, sis, from now
Hey,
on.
sis,
There you
babes.
go.
Hey, sis. Okay, but you got sis, babes for me. Hey, sis, babes, Norm.
So let's talk about how
You're pretty
during
racist.
the mid-'90s, state troopers,
When you were racist?
if you were
How
white,
old were you in the
you had
mid-'90s?
to score. I was in my 20s.
How old are you now?
In the late 90s, 49.
49 years old?
You can do the math if you want.
Ugh, just go to the light already.
I graduated high school in 1994.
Walk toward the light.
And
That's so mean and
I wanted
ageist.
to become a state trooper
Damn.
in 1996.
I feel.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I feel so bullied by.
Unless you
What?
were scoring higher than 98.
Okay, that's so mean.
Dude, why don't you shut the fuck up?
I'm participating.
Okay, what's the old 80s drama?
So miserable. You can't let
That is
anybody
so
else
horrible. I'm 42 and I feel really bad about this joke.
I know you really need
fucking
attention,
whiny
Norm.
bitch.
Am I
You
not
can't even
doing
let
it
the
right?
person who calls in talk.
How should I do it right, sissy?
Senpai has noticed you. It's okay.
Yeah, well, you know what?
What's happening
So,
with you being a
when
trooper?
I was in 1996,
When it
I
was
wanted
19
to become a
okay.
state trooper. And unless you scored higher than
Wait,
98,
I gotta do one line at a time.
and you were white,
In
you were
1996,
denied.
he wanted to become a state trooper. Go ahead. What's the next part?
Guess what the score was for accepting black people?
Guess what the score
75.
was for
If
accepting
you
black people?
were a
And you're
black
gonna have to
man
take my
and
word
scored
for it.
75
Oh
on
my
the state
god, the
trooper
racism
exam,
of the
they would
choice.
accept you.
The racism again.
75 as a black guy, you got in. Please take my word for it.
Look it
But
up.
remember
bitch.
that I've never had
Look it
consensual
up,
sex. My
Look it up,
penis is
sis.
dry. That was way off key. My penis is dry, baby.
I'm sure that the dude cosplaying as a woman has seen your penis.
Hi, baby. You know what I love is Norm. You will think
How
about
many
me for
times
the
have
rest
you
of your
showed,
life, and I won't
lift-
think of you
lift-
past
lift-
this
lift-
week.
Lift Symphony, your penis. How many times? Or whatever the fuck that thing's name is.
You're dry.
What's the old 80s drama? I'm curious about it now.
Are you thinking about my penis again?
So what do you think about the animation?
No, I'm saying it sounds like
The character
he
here
showed
has a
you
gawk, by the way.
more than once.
Just saying. Speaking of penises, this animated character has a gawk. In case you were wondering about this.
You guys seem to be focusing on one topic.
Norm, you seem to be focusing on Lux's penis apropos of nothing. Literally, we'll be talking about something else and you'll be like, Luxander's penis is on my mind. I am thinking about that dick night and day.
That's why I thought that I don't remember who it was exactly. Two dudes had a shared channel. A dude to change the login and snap did one out of the ad revenue. They were in a public lawsuit. Went on.
Opportunities at a verse.
Yeah, I could care less. I actually have $90,000 in music equipment.
This is weird.
So, you know what? You pretty much suck.
Is that what happened?
$90,000.
I don't know what to tell you. You really don't have. I actually get a living doing this as a musician. I don't think you have the same level of talent. So, but whatever. It's cool. Maybe you do.
Of music
Maybe you just missed your opportunity. Hey, you know, when I was getting paid like $3,000 to fly over to Europe and play in the late
DJ
90s.
equipment, but no one will have consensual sex with me. $90,000 of equipment. Why won't someone put it in my palm? $90,000 in
guitar and a
equipment.
shitty ass guitar
I've never
pedal.
touched a pussy since my
what
mom.
shitty guitar and guitar pedals do you actually have? Since you don't want to talk about anything else that makes sense. What do you got, a Gibson? What do you got? Like what, I got a little stomp box and a
$90,000. I can't. Do you think I can hear you over myself? Do you think I hear what you're saying back there? Or are you just spamming the N-word or what? What's going on back there? $90,000 in equipment, and I think that's a personality. $90,000 in equipment, and it still won't buy me a family. My kids won't talk to me, and it's my fault. I'm just kidding, I don't have kids. That would mean somebody took their pussy and they let me inside it.
What the hell?
Norm, how many more minutes of this are you going to stick around for? How's this gone for you so far?
You're not getting to me at all. It doesn't bother me one little bit.
I'm not
We're gonna
be watching the
exposing yourself as retards.
I'm not getting the Norm. Excuse me. I already
Nobody can make anybody feel anything. So you can do whatever you want. You're not pushing my buttons. You guys are just exposing yourself as fucking gay, actually.
I like when
What?
I can quote you. Oh, we're talking gay now?
You're really not. You're not pushing my buttons. All you're doing is pushing. All you do is showing everybody how gay you guys are.
Is that why you keep having to have a dick measuring contest about how you're so much more talented and well traveled?
No, actually,
we're definitely not getting to you, but you need us to know that you're better than us.
I'm trying to have a real conversation.
When are you going to pick up on the fact that we don't give a shit about you?
Sorry, I just wrote a song. Norm, you just inspired me to write it. You just inspired me to write a new song. You just inspired me to write a new song. You gotta hear it.
Does it hurt? Do you have to like massage your throat at the end of the night?
I revoke your permission now. Stop thinking about my dick so much. Oh my god!
I need you to hear the song that you just inspired me to
say. The weird
say.
homophobia is troubling.
I'm just trying to have a real conversation. That's literally what he just said. He literally just said that in succession.
Wow.
I'm just trying to have a real conversation. I just want a real conversation. I bought $90,000 audio equipment. Doesn't that entitle me to a real conversation? Did you even see my cool tape deck? You can download all my DJ sessions
Why am I even still watching this? Why am I still torturing myself with this?
After I convert them from cassette, 'cause I'm 49, I don't have the time. I will soon be dead with my 6 forehead, and that's the only head that I'll ever see. Because frankly,
What the
nobody
fuck is
likes
happening?
me.
This ancient drama so info is basically buried. Oh, that's not
My
good.
name is Nora.
Okay, I've had enough. Okay, I've had enough. I'm gonna watch the Dr. Jones content now. This has gotten too homosexual for me. And you know how big of a homosexual I am. You know me. I'm the gayest gay.
Good job, Hila.
Good job.
What the
9 years
this?
ago, Ethan
What
and Hila
happened?
Klein of H3H3 Productions
Hehe.
fame won a
I call it the
landmark
Hehe
lawsuit,
podcast, by the
setting
way.
a historic precedent for free use on YouTube.
Swear to God, it felt like this would never happen. It was 1.5 years we were waiting for this. And I'll tell you what, through all the grief, all the drama, man, now I'm so happy we did it. Because this is a landmark case, not just for us, but seriously, the wording that the judge put into the opinion is gonna strengthen fair use across YouTube.
And just 2 weeks ago, Ethan Klein publicized a brand new lawsuit, one where he will be the plaintiff, and pro-Palestine activist Noah Sampson will be the defendant.
It's been a while since I spoke about dear friend Noah Sampson, who had a penchant for accusing me of being pro-genocide. He thought it was cute. He thought it was fun throwing around such kind of heinous accusations, right? This guy supports genocide. In fact, he had even a video called The YouTubers That Supported a Genocide with Me in it.
But after reading through his own poorly written and hastily assembled lawsuit document, it's quite obvious that this has little to do with Noah Sampson's supposed defamatory video, and much more to do with some sort of attempt at bankrupting his character and financial security.
I'm real curious to see how he crowdfunds for this, though, because you might remember when I mentioned I was thinking about suing him, he crowdfunded what, like $200,000 for Gaza, which was fantastic. I mean, I'd like to even take credit for that if I can a little bit, you know? It's just going to be a little funny when he's like, okay, now it's my turn. The people in Gaza, yes, they're still suffering, but now it's my turn. I don't think he's going to raise quite as much. I mean, the most of the ladies who crowdfunded was, I believe, Casey Tron, who raised like 50. And by the way, thank you.
What a weird thing to say.
Appreciate that.
However, unfortunately for Ethan, it seems this lawsuit will be going nowhere. And here's why.
What a strange thing to say. What a weird way to act.
Just over a year ago, on March 11th, 2025,
Well,
Noah
that's my
Sampson
low-hanging
uploaded
fruit.
the supposed defamatory video in question, titled The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. In it, he spends over an hour going point by point through Ethan's own backlog of live streams to prove his overall argument that Ethan Klein, along with a few other media figures, quote, backed a genocide.
About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. The real reason I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say. Ethan omits the Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms, like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways, like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it, but it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission.
For the average person, there's nothing defamatory about this video, as all Noah did was make a claim and attempted to prove it through clips. An attempt, I'd say, that was successful. I mean, most people have had this exact thought well before this video was uploaded to YouTube. That being said, less than a month after this video was published, Ethan Klein went live on the H3 Podcast YouTube channel under a live stream titled Noah Samson, Retract or Lawyer Up, announcing that he, along with Twitch streamer Some Ordinary Gamer, will be teaming up to sue Noah Samson for defamation.
Me and Mudahar together teamed up, and we sent a demand for retraction to Noah Samson Monday night after the show.
Mudahar.
In this letter, which I will read after the break, we highlight
Very strange.
the defamatory statements and explain in great detail why they're defamatory. All he has to do to avoid getting sued is apologize for everything he said and did, admit he was either lying or ignorant, and erase the video, and also disgrace, and just accept the disgrace that is basically lying about two people being pro-genocide, which is one of the most twisted up things you can accuse someone of. And so, the ball is now in your court, sir. You have 20 days from the moment you received it to respond. Otherwise, this piece is being moved to the next piece on the board. And what's the what?
That is so bizarre.
The piece would be moved to a different space, not to another piece.
The piece would be moving to another space on the board. We'll be advancing the battle plans.
Noah Samson didn't delete the video. In fact, he doubled down on his argument with a follow-up video. And ever since the cease and desist was sent, we never really heard Noah's name escape Ethan's mouth again.
You think Klein will be
they did try to paint Noah as some sort of R-wordist, even having a former lover of Noah Samson call into the show, which didn't exactly go the way they anticipated.
Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't get into the whole denial lane.
Oh, he straight up is all in it.
Interesting.
History.
Some information to tell you, but after the show.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
About him?
Yep.
Oh, about the Cody Code?
No, it's nothing. It's nothing that you know about yet. It's interesting how many people come out of the woodwork.
What?
Noah.
We'll get to that.
Exes, you
What?
know.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show.
What the hell?
Okay, we're not going to jump into this, right?
Exactly. I want to do
What's
due
today?
diligence and everything, but
Wednesday?
upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
Oh my God, you guys, don't miss Friday's show. So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But now again, just to make it clear, because people get very,
yes.
People like to take things and run with it. You are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist. He, our relationship that we had was mostly consensual, obviously.
Mostly consensual.
Right.
Other people.
Yeah.
So I want to make that very clear that is not, I'm not making any allegations against him. I just want people to know that, people can portray themselves one way online, and that's not who they are.
Ethan was announcing a lot of different lawsuits at the time. Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron were all victims of an Ethan Klein lawsuit and are still hashing it out to this day.
I've been really excited to share this piece with you guys, and it just got filed yesterday. If anyone wants to read it, I highly recommend going ahead and reading it.
was so biased on the table.
So,
The guy
yes,
who
really
made this
cool. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, it'll pull up the motion
Of course.
or judgment on the pleadings. And basically, again, just arguing how my work is fair use and how we will be winning this lawsuit. And I wanted to show you guys specifically one thing that made me really happy. And it is an image breaking down my reaction to the content nuke. And it shows here a timeline of uninterrupted playback versus commentary pauses. Each blue segment represents a commentary pause by Denims. Gaps represent uninterrupted playback of the content nuke. You can see all of the blue lines are me talking and reacting and pausing, and all of the gray/white is the original video. And the orange line in the middle shows when the end of the content nuke if it was played without interruption. And you can see my reaction time is more than double.
He also threatened to sue Shonda Black, a popular left-wing anti-Israel Twitch streamer, but nothing ended up materializing. So, at the time, it was safe to say nothing would come of Noah Samsen's lawsuit either, especially considering the fact that the supposed evidence is paper-thin. It wasn't until 1 year later, more specifically 364 days, one day before the statute of limitations expired, that Ethan would finally file his defamation lawsuit against Noah Samsen.
I made a promise to him March of last year, and I think he probably thought that it had blown over. I think a lot of people probably thought it blew over. In fact, the statute of limitations
Glitch Master, this may sound crazy, but if you don't...
is passed.
Wait, what?
But
what? I can.
Of course, kept a close eye on that.
This must have said. I said, but if you don't want to be called a genocide supporter, maybe you
see the statute of limitation for certain
genocide. I hope he loses a little money with these
complaints like defamation and the
Listen,
such.
People
if you don't sue within, I think it's a year of the defamatory claim.
At least I do nice art.
It blows away like dust in the wind.
Some interesting things right off the bat. First of all, Ethan had such a hard time finding Noah to serve him this lawsuit that he hired a private investigator to basically stalk Noah Samsen. Very strange behavior for something as minuscule as a YouTube video.
This is what I am assuming, is that Noah himself thought himself to be shrewd. I had even alluded to it on this show. I said, well, it seems to me that Noah is ducking, playing hooky on society. Seems to be on the lam, no name on utilities or anywhere. That, for example, if you were to hire a private investigator to get the information on somebody to serve them, he couldn't be found, which I'm assuming at that age in your life has to be a conscious attempt. And so we waited, and on the day of, or the day before the statute expired, we had a nice little complaint there for defamation, for accusing me of being pro-genocide, in favor of genocide. Horrible thing to say about someone, by the way. One of the worst, I would say. But we filed it, beating the statute by about 1 day. Turns out Noah, thinking he was clever, came off the grid. It was time to come out of hiding. So I thought he was doing. Because it turns out right after we filed this lawsuit,
thank you for the $50.
Very
Your art is fire. Thank you for the $50.
Like private investigators do every day to find the recipient of such complaints, to serve them, because you have to serve them as a very integral part.
I'm trying to make more complicated animation.
And I've been involved in a lot of lawsuits, and I've never had this types of trouble locating someone for service. But, you know, just like when the rain falls and the worms and snails come slithering out of their shelters for one drop of rain, so too came slithering Noah Samsen.
And second of all, just take a look at this clip.
Many people, friends and comrades of his, have said that I'm only suing women. And it's been, you know, me, of course, I have a majority female audience who I respect. More than anyone in the world, I love, respect.
It's going to be an announcement one.
And so, to dispel this terrible accusation,
we should play Pragmata on stream, actually.
Or women,
we should get Pragmata and play it on stream.
I thought it only fair.
The Pragmata video that I made
to sue a man
has like
a white man,
1,300 views now. Because
very
people
brave.
misunderstood the title and
well,
thought
it's
they were being
equitable, and I want, and it's important for me to know
like,
to the three women, it's not personal.
How can you call this game
I
bad?
sue those
and
who deserve it,
who
who require accountability, and it was a terrible coincidence
How dare you insult the game?
It's a terrible one. That the 3 people I sued for copyright infringement were women. And I'm just happy that I've had the opportunity to rectify that, to set the record straight now, to sue a straight white man.
Jokes aside, Ethan hasn't just been given the opportunity to dispel rumors that he only sued 3 women because of their gender. He's had an entire year to do so, which begs the question, why now? Or really, why at all? I mean, the H3 podcast is straight up in the dumps right now. They hardly ever reach even the 400,000 view mark, and their attempts at fixing this has only diluted their content even more than it already is, ruining any hopes of attracting a new audience, an issue that's long been a problem for the H3 podcast. In the past, the Ryan Kavanaugh lawsuit and the episodes covering it were successful at bringing about some sort of surge in viewership, although that surge can be ascribed to many different factors surrounding H3 at the time, like the end of Frenemies and the expansion of their crew. So whether or not this is some sad attempt at reviving the energy of the H3 podcast, or simply a tactic at emptying the pockets of Noah Samson, or perhaps a combination of the two, I really don't know. I think it's safe to say that neither of these goals will be achieved. First of all, this video announcing the lawsuit has yet to even reach 400,000 views, so it's not really reviving the energy of the podcast if that's the lawsuit's underlying intent.
This is a good
and
attitude,
secondly,
isn't it?
this is a defamation lawsuit, which carries a much different weight than the copyright lawsuits Ethan has filed in the past. And in a state like California, with a lot of artists and celebrities in its confines, these sorts of lawsuits are common, and thus there are barriers to which defamation can be applied. In this case, if Noah wins or can get the case dismissed before even appearing in court, he gets his legal fees reimbursed. So this wouldn't even result in any sort of financial penalty for Noah Samson. And let's just say, these types of lawsuits are very easy to get dismissed. In an attempt to not repeat myself any further, here's a clip from my video back in 2025 explaining what a SLAPP lawsuit is and the anti-SLAPP protections California has in place. What Ethan is engaging in is called a SLAPP suit, strategic lawsuit against public participation, when someone, usually with more money and influence, files a lawsuit not because they actually expect to win, but to silence or intimidate their critic. California, where Ethan and Noah both live, has strong anti-SLAPP protections in place in order to combat this sort of lawsuit. Here's how it works. 1. The speech has to be protected, meaning political commentary, criticism, media analysis, stuff that contributes to public discourse. Noah's video? That's textbook protected speech. 2. You respond with a motion to strike, basically telling the court this is a silencing tactic. You have 30 days after being served to file it. 3. You then have to convince the judge that your speech qualifies for protection. In Noah's case, he's criticizing a public figure, using public content, and making political commentary based upon statements Ethan made publicly that Noah is commenting on based on his opinion. Ethan is backing Israel's genocide by saying X, Y, and Z. So yeah, it qualifies. 4. After that, the burden flips to the person suing. So Ethan and his lawyers would have to prove they're likely to win the defamation case. Not just maybe. They need actual evidence, a strong case, and a real shot at success. The only way they could do this is arguing Noah's statements were made with malice and somehow he knew he was lying in the process. Which doesn't hold up because all Noah did was take Ethan's own words and argue that those words amount to support for genocide. That's not malice, that's media criticism. When the plaintiff is a public figure, they often have to prove damages, and although Ethan's channel has been losing subscribers and viewers, there's no way of putting the blame on Noah. At this point, Ethan's infamous for his takes on Israel's genocide, and that fallout was already well underway before Noah even dropped the video. 5. If they can't do that, the judge grants the motion and the case gets dismissed. And number 6, you get your legal fees covered. Not damages, not a payout, but your attorney fees get reimbursed. So you don't lose money just for defending your right to speak. It's a system designed to stop rich people from weaponizing lawsuits against people who say things they don't like. And honestly, it exists for exactly this kind of situation. Now, the official paperwork for this lawsuit is quite long and drawn out, and goes over all the supposed defamatory claims already debunked. So if you're curious as to what those defamatory claims are, I encourage you to watch that video. Today, however, I'd like to just go over the additions to the document, things that have since been added by Ethan's Israeli lawyer.
The US culture is actually
because
very
the additions
famous
alone
abroad
make
for
clear just how
lawsuits.
silly and frivolous this lawsuit
Everybody
really
sues
is.
everybody.
I mean, they make claims in the document that, in my
That's actually a
opinion, are
reputation
utterly
that the United
false.
States
So let's
has.
just sit back and enjoy Ethan's beautiful vocal tone as he reads us this incredibly well-written document.
So this document is actually quite important to me. It archives and sets forth for the record all the defamatory bullshit that has been peddled by Noah and everyone else across the internet. Baseless, disgusting, hurtful accusations that I support genocide. This is about holding Noah Samson accountable, one of the main peddlers of this horrible defamation. But in large, just defending myself, my name. Here it is. Number 1, introduction. Defendant Noah Samson advocates that the only solution to genocide of Palestinians is the genocide of Israel,
AI.
even if they vocally support the Palestinian cause.
All right,
Every
hold
line is
the
made
phone.
with intent.
How does the sentence alone not completely throw this
Which is why
entire
it's not a
lawsuit out the
soulless-
window? This is the first thing the judge is going to read.
is why
A blanket
the
statement with
character
zero
does not have
supporting
this
evidence.
blank look
When
that
has Noah Samson
AI
ever
animations do.
advocated for the genocide of Israelis? I mean, let's just imagine he has. You cannot factually argue that
And
that's
yes,
his
AI
only
animations do have
solution.
this weird
What I
blank
think they're
look
doing
syndrome.
here is arguing that a one-state solution somehow equates to the genocide of all Israelis. Something only an Israeli lawyer would be dumb enough to argue.
Through his entity, Samson Creative LLC, Samson published a video on YouTube entitled, "The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide," aka the defamatory video. The thumbnail for the defamatory video depicts various individuals, including the plaintiff, Ethan Klein. Samson knew that Ethan...
You got it, buddy. Just spell it out. You got this. Vociferously. Vociferously. You got this. It's going to be okay.
ferociously...
All right. You'll get it next time. Jokes aside, Ethan has in no way vociferously advocated against the genocide of Palestinians. He certainly disagreed with it, sure. He's called it a bad thing. But the only thing he's done vociferously in the past 2.5 years is defend Israel.
Ethan and his wife, Hila Klein, collectively, are passionate advocates of the rights of Palestinians to self-determination and the establishment of a Palestinian state.
Passionate advocates for the establishment of a Palestinian state. This is some pretty clever lawyer speak that makes it minutely difficult to argue against. However, it reminds me of a time when Ethan and Hila both spoke out against the use of the phrase, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free."
From the river to the sea literally is the saying that we need all of Israel must be ours.
See, I think that's part of the problem is that people don't necessarily understand what some of this stuff means.
Yeah.
Like
that's
Olivia probably doesn't even know what from the river to the
I've
sea.
been so out of the loop. I did not know.
And I see that a lot.
I did not know
people
that
who don't know what
actually
it means.
the
It
lawsuits
means
were happening. I've heard some of it when I watched a fragment
Jewish
of
people
President
will
Sunday's
probably die.
stream, but
So if they
apart
don't
from
agree with Palestinian freedom, do they really agree with a Palestinian state? I don't think so.
They're vehement critics of the Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Bitch ass Netanyahu.
Prime Minister Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu.
I can remember only a couple moments where Ethan has actually criticized the Israeli government. One was when he cried on leftovers, and the second was when he called out Israel shutting off water and electricity to Gaza. But in all honesty, that's really all I can remember. On the contrary, I can remember several times where they supported the Israeli government. Like when Hila called Yoav Gallant a really good guy.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump code.
He was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy. Just recognize his picture. He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No.
As well as the countless times they justified, willingly or ignorantly the violent actions of the state of Israel. Like when they said that Hamas hides under hospitals and dresses as civilians.
Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight.
So to say they're vehement critics of the Israeli government, I beg to differ.
Both before and after October 7th, Ethan and Hila condemned Israel's oppression and violence toward the Palestinian people, including explicitly stating Israel's actions constitute a genocide. That would be in direct conflict with Noah's defamatory claim. Not good for him.
That's not true. Just because you call it a genocide doesn't mean you're against it. Many Zionist fanatics have called it a genocide, but they actually support it. And let's end the confusion once and for all. You can back a genocide without realizing. You can back a genocide without explicitly saying it's a good thing. Plenty of racist people hold racist opinions that on the daily claim, I'm not racist. It's really that simple.
Ethan and Hila advocate for a two-state solution to resolve the conflict. Both Ethan and Hila are Israelis, Ethan by naturalization and Hila by birth. Nearly all of Hila's family reside in Israel. Hila and her family are also Mizrahi Jews, i.e. Jews from Arab and Muslim countries, who came to Israel as refugees escaping violence and oppression. Both Ethan and Hila know that if Jews were expelled from Israel, the vast majority would have nowhere to go. This is the primary reason why they advocate for a two-state solution instead of one state.
Nothing about a one-state solution claims that Jews will be expelled from Israel. That's just projection.
Samson makes his position on the Israel-Palestine conflict unequivocally clear. Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth. He advocates that anyone who supports the existence of Israel is a valid target. He's an adamant believer of there are no bad means, only bad targets. As such, he engages in the very behavior and rhetoric he purportedly condemns to paint his targets as evil.
What does that even mean? I hear people say this all the time, but Ethan especially. Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth. That's simply an abstraction. That means nothing more than Israel as we know it cannot continue to exist.
Like
people
Poland,
like Ethan just like using this phrase because it works really well on brain-dead Mercury.
But Polish people are still in Poland.
Poisoned boomers.
Wow. Sounds like a bad guy, this Noah Samson. Samson knows that Ethan has condemned Israel's actions as a genocide. He simply doesn't care about the fact. Samson brands Ethan as a genocide supporter because he does not advocate for the complete destruction of Israel and Israelis. And again, this is a really important point to clarify and to memorialize here in this legal filing, because at the end of the day, I think the majority of people pushing this Ethan's a genocide supporter narrative is because I don't completely advocate for Israel's total destruction, and that's what it takes basically to be branded an enemy.
Another fabrication. Like I said, you can support something with your rhetoric without explicitly saying you support it. And Noah, along with a lot of other people, consider Ethan a genocide supporter for far more reasons than just this. In fact, it took an entire hour for Noah to prove his argument. That alone is evident enough that it wasn't this singular point. Ethan has made erroneous claims about Gaza, the West Bank, Palestinians as a people for over 2 years now. But he has too much of a peanut brain to realize it's an amalgamation of rhetoric that makes people have this opinion. Not one singular detail of your view on the future of Israel. It's really not that hard to understand. I've been trying to get this in your head for 2 years now.
We've been outspoken
what am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm
for the
eating the
Palestinian cause of self-determination and statehood. And we're also fierce critics of the state of Israel, even before October 7th. Noteworthy examples include, on November 11th, 2017, I conducted an interview with Hila. During an interview, we engaged in a nuanced conversation about the Israel-Palestine conflict and expressed strong criticism of the Israeli government and the IDF Hila also discussed how much she detested serving in the IDF, where she served as a secretary.
While not necessarily a lie in and of itself, this certainly needs to be expanded upon, because the way they're framing it makes it seem as though Hila felt some sort of guilt from serving in the IDF, and that couldn't be further from the truth, in my opinion. If you were a fan of H3 at its peak, you probably remember this interview with Hila Klein. She spoke about her time in the IDF and how she hated her secretary job in Tel Aviv because it was boring. She still had to live with her parents and had to commute by bus every day early in the morning.
You served in the military. And your whole family served in the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay.
What was your role in the military?
At first, I was given a role that was like in an office somewhat close to my house in Tel Aviv.
Mm-hmm.
So my job was to, like, when they send officers or like people to go serve,
Interesting.
I had to like logistically help with like their hotel or a room, things like that. But it was all on the computer. It just felt like some computer thing.
Right, okay. So secretary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was super boring, and I really hated it. I had to take a bus super early, go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it.
She goes on to say that she hated the position so much, feeling like she was wasting her life away, that she would submit a request for relocation. And if she didn't like her new position, well, she would just find a way out of the army. As in, she could have left that entire time, but chose not to. Why? Well, there's really only one explanation. She enjoyed her new job.
So I tried to change my role. And it was something like you can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out, and then they're going to give you something else, completely random. You have
Different
no
position,
idea.
different post,
Yeah.
different location.
So I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad?
Yeah, I just didn't, I hated everything about it, didn't want to do it. Because if you're doing something that it felt like I wasn't doing anything, like I was just wasting my life.
Yeah.
It could get really frustrating, I don't know.
Right.
And you got to do
Very
it for
telling.
2 years.
Right.
Very interesting.
I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more.
What's even worse is that after the relocation request was granted, she got moved to the IDF base in Ramallah, Palestine, something she described as more of an adventure, something she preferred over her boring job in Tel Aviv.
Before it was a daily thing where you go back home every day, and the
So a regular
new one
job.
was in a way that was a base that was far from my
A
house.
regular job.
So you go there for the whole week, and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of a different experience that I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know.
Were you doing secretary work there?
So yeah, I was the secretary of the head of the, I don't know the terms in English from the army.
Right.
It's
He was
hard
a
to translate. So there was I was in Dukhifat, which is like a brigade.
Doing
I
the
guess,
second Nakba too. Hello,
that's
Gregory.
in charge of the
I'm drawing an
area
animation,
of
as you can
Ramallah.
see.
And that brigade has like a main officer.
How do you like it, Gregory?
So I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy.
Mhm.
Cool.
So it was
Gregory,
nice.
how do
It
you
was
like the
interesting.
animation?
It was more demanding in a way, but also kind of more rewarding because you're put in this weird situation where you're like, you're away from your house. You have this new group of people that you have to get along with, and it's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
Does this seem like someone who detested serving in the IDF, or simply someone unsatisfied with her cushy
it's
office
still far
job
from
who
being
wanted
done.
some more excitement in her life?
still-
More
it
excitement
is still
participating in
taking
an
time. It's still
occupation
far
deemed
from being
illegal
finished.
by the UN in 2022. She enjoyed this
still in
position
the
so
middle of
much
doing
that she
it.
participated in an illegal raid over Ramallah, where they arrested some random Palestinian they claimed to be a terrorist.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them
Mhm.
to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Armada to arrest terrorists. And so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
So yeah, they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to.
Like, how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood? Or does it feel like, oh, this is scary?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
That's strange. Yeah, that's, I mean, from their perspective, well, it's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like, these guys.
But they go specifically to people who they know are terrorists, and they have a history of that stuff, and they know they have guns.
Right.
Hila did not detest serving the IDF in an illegal occupation. The only thing she detested was her boring office job not on occupied territory. Once she was in occupied Palestine, boy, she had a blast.
It's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
Ethan goes on to bring up a number of supposed pieces of evidence where he's shown support and empathy for the Palestinian people. One example he points to is his conversation with Lonerbox, where he goes on to defend the IDF bombings of hospitals and the murder of civilians.
On November 25th of 2024, Ethan had an hour-and-a-half conversation with the Arab online creator Lonerbox about the history of the Israeli-Arab conflict. Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight.
He also brings up his conversation with Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib and the subsequent donation to his nonprofit Realign for Palestine.
On May 23rd, 2025, Ethan had an hour-long conversation with Palestinian activist and scholar Ahmed Fouad about pragmatic solutions to the conflict. Ethan Elev also made numerous donations to Palestinian-focused charities. On May 23, 2025, Ethan Elev donated $1,000 to the World Food Program's Gaza Fund and another $1,000 to a Realign for Palestine.
Which is hilarious, considering this dude works for the Atlantic Council as some sort of token Palestinian to push their Zionist agendas. They're literally funded by the UAE and the Pentagon, and somehow talking to and giving this guy money is proof that Ethan is pro-Palestine. I mean, he might as well have donated straight to the Pentagon itself.
What are you hearing about the strength of this ceasefire right now?
Well, thanks for having me. I mean, there's hope that this can hold. There's people in the population there are breathing a sigh of relief, although that has been compromised by Hamas's barbaric execution and torture campaign against perceived opposition. Throughout the Gaza Strip, the Israeli withdrawal has allowed the terror group to reassert its presence throughout the Gaza Strip.
The weirdest part of this new lawsuit document is Ethan's attempt at blanketing Noah Samson as some sort of bad person, but in doing so makes himself look far worse. He brings up the nearly decade-old culture war about the Black Little Mermaid, standing firmly and strangely on the side of keeping the Little Mermaid as some sort of pure white character.
Despite claiming to support women and people of color, including Palestinians, the disingenuousness of Samson's advocacy comes through when he ruthlessly attacks women and people of color who do not share his opinion. Below are some notable examples. Samson is notorious for his attacks on Patrice Zena, a black female creator who resides in the UK. She makes videos with nuanced commentary on various social topics, including race and gender issues. During the public controversy of Hailey Bailey's being cast as Ariel in The Little Mermaid, Patience Zena agreed with the criticism. She felt Hollywood was shoehorning people of color into Caucasian stories. Her solution was that Hollywood should focus on creating more content that focuses on stories directly involving people of color.
What the fuck is a Caucasian
Samson
story?
attacked Patience
There's
Zena
no such thing as a Caucasian
opinion.
story.
and not rubber
Shut
stamping
up.
Haley Bailey's
Caucasian
cast.
stories.
Patient Cena made a video
Oh my
exposing
God.
Samson's hypocrisy.
He then brings up Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib once again, describing him as a Gaza refugee.
Samson has also attacked Palestinians who do not give full-throated support to Hamas and the destruction of Israel. Ahmed Fouad, described above, as a Gazan refugee. He's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, where he leads
Caucasian
the nonprofit
stories.
organization
Hello,
called
Maya.
Realign
Have
for
you heard of the
Palestine.
Caucasian
He's
stories?
an advocate for the nonviolence
God
and
damn.
of the two-state solution to resolve the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Samson attacks Al-Khatib, sorry, I don't know how to say
Al-Khatib.
Al-Khatib, thank you, by calling him a pro-Israel genocide collaborator that lies for money to help Israel genocide his people. What a horrible fucking thing to say about a Gazan refugee. Like, how dare you? How dare you speak like that? You're white dude from San Diego who never even fucking spoke about the conflict until it was advantageous to you after October 7th.
Nothing Noah said is incorrect. If he's working for the Atlantic Council, a Pentagon-funded think tank,
Oh
the
gosh,
same
I've
Pentagon
never even
doing
heard of this
genocide
game
in Gaza,
marathon.
it's safe to say he's a genocide collaborator. I mean, the Pentagon literally funds his charity and the IDF in the same breath. Okay, so like I said, I won't be going through the defamatory claims one by one. As really not much has changed since the cease and desist, which I've already covered a year ago. What has changed, however, probably the most hilarious and brain-dead part of this entire document, is the first supposed defamatory statement. In the original document, the first defamatory statement was the title of the video, the YouTubers who backed a genocide. But this time around, they also include the thumbnail itself, as some sort of doctored image of reality. Listen to this.
The defamatory video on March 11th, 2025, defendant published a video entitled, "The YouTubers who backed a genocide." The defamatory statement contained in the defamatory video are identified below. The first defamatory statement is comprised of the thumbnail and title of the video itself. The thumbnail for the defamatory video initially depicts 4 online content creators: Ethan, Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny. The background on the thumbnail was the devastated landscape of Gaza Strip with a photoshopped Israeli flag. The thumbnail depicted Ethan performing a Nazi salute to the Israeli flag.
Now, I'm not sure if Ethan is just completely oblivious. I mean, his brain has seemed to take quite a few hits in the past couple years, but this depiction of Ethan in Noah Samson's thumbnail is a direct screenshot from Ethan's own thumbnail for his Content Nuke video. Which begs the question, is Ethan actually giving a Nazi salute in this image? If he staged, posed for, and designed this thumbnail, it seems he's just admitted to this being yet another
That's
Nazi
not a
salute.
Nazi
That's
salute.
really the
Come
only
on.
possible conclusion.
Come
I can make from
on. This is such
this lawsuit
a stretch.
is a total sham,
Come
and there's no
on.
shot this goes anywhere. Of course, this is my opinion. I'm certainly in no way a legal expert,
are you, Maya
but there are
Maya?
many reasons for my skepticism. At the end of the document, it reads, "Plaintiff Ethan Klein demands a jury trial of all triable issues." But the thing is, Ethan himself is skeptical whether this will make it to a jury trial, just considering all the hoops he has to jump through in order to achieve such a feat.
This isn't something that's going to be litigated on TikTok or Twitter, which is where I know Hassan and Noah Samson like to litigate such things. No, this is going to be litigated by a judge and potentially even a jury based on the facts.
Furthermore, remember that guy Some Ordinary Gamer, the streamer Ethan originally collaborated with in the production of the cease and desist takedown request?
So tell me about basically why you decided to do this.
Well, I decided to do it because I want to say since he dropped his videos, the first one with my face in the thumbnail, I have not stopped seeing it in the comment section for every video. So clearly it's just been sort of like a thing that's stuck in the audience. I think ever since I reactivated Twitter, it's been filled with the mentions of like, you're a genocide supporter, blah, blah, blah. And then, obviously that's caused impact to my channel. It's obviously, like people, I mean, you see that in the comment sections, it's bad. But then in reality land, right? Like this is the first time I have to like completely miss out on like eat prayers and all this stuff, just because I don't really get into my community anymore. So, I don't really see my family much anymore, just to keep them away from me while this is kind of raging. I've got my own community that, I pray every Friday. I go all the time. And, over there, I've been kind of confronted with some people who have brought it up. Just other people in the, I guess, fellowship, so to speak. And it's just not been a fun time.
Well, his name is nowhere to be seen on this document. In fact, this is what he had to say in regards to the lawsuit after Ethan announced it's moving forward. He was asked, "Did you sue Noah Samsen yet?" In which he responded, "No, and I have no plans to." Wasn't a smart move, even cease and desisting him in retrospect. While I disagree with what he said about me, I think he has a clear right to say it. I don't want to also destroy him financially over a YouTube video with legal fees. No wonder Ethan didn't mention this guy when announcing the lawsuit. It would have completely ruined the public perception of the supposed righteous act of suing Noah Samsen. And Some Ordinary Gamer is not the only former Ethan supporter now skeptical of this lawsuit. YouTube lawyer Legal Mindset, who is a creep in and of itself, previously showed support for Ethan's other lawsuits, or at least defended their legitimacy under US copyright law. But now he's saying that this lawsuit, the one against Noah Samsen, has little to no standing in court, tweeting, "Unlike his copyright infringement lawsuit, the new defamation lawsuit against Noah Samsen is going to be an uphill battle for Klein, particularly with California's strong anti-slap protections. I will be surprised if this survives." Even Ethan's own audience is skeptical if this will go anywhere. And honestly, they're right. This isn't going anywhere. But the thing is, if this somehow does make it to court, and Ethan somehow does win, and this sets a precedent for free speech on YouTube, I mean, that'll be the end of YouTube as we know it. When people can be sued into oblivion just by making an argument and explaining their justification for said argument. And really, Ethan just continues to dig his own grave. His historic lawsuit victory 9 years ago was massive for free use on YouTube, but since then, he's only made things worse. He was instrumental in convincing Twitch to ban pro-Palestine content creators, eventually helping cause some sort of adpocalypse on Twitch for political streamers, and now he has the potential to ruin YouTube, the very platform he saved nearly a decade ago. But of course, this is all my opinion backed by the First Amendment of the American Constitution. Free Palestine.
Oh, it's over? Let's watch another Dr. Jones video about a video game that I've never heard of before. I guess it's dead on arrival.
It has been 2 months since the launch
Oh,
of
I know
Marathon.
this content creator, Young, yeah.
And look, I'm just going to call it right now. I have zero hope that Marathon will recover. I'm going to call it and say that Marathon is going to be a dead life service in the not so distant future. The numbers just don't hold up by the standards of a AAA game like Marathon and by the standards of executives from Sony and PlayStation, who, I'll remind you, spent $3.6 billion acquiring Bungie with, an expectation of a return on investment. The numbers that we're seeing from Marathon are simply not viable for how expensive this game was to make, how it needs to continuously, recurrently monetize, to continue making new content for the game that will allow it to maintain its dwindling player base. The math just isn't mathing for Marathon. It was troubling enough that we found out that Marathon has sold roughly 1.2 million copies across all platforms as of late March of 2026, which, again, by the standard of AAA games under the purview of Sony and PlayStation, who have incredibly high expectations for a live services performance, 1.2 million copies, $40 per copy, alongside the revenue cut that they have to give away outside of the PlayStation platform. All of that culminates into a revenue that comes nowhere close to making up for the hundreds of millions that Marathon cost to build on the part of Bungie. And according to recent reports, the budget of Marathon was around $250 million. And that's conservative because there's still ongoing costs surrounding this live service. And in my video here, I actually did some calculations that highlighted that if we take into account the $40 cost for the game and multiply by the number of copies sold and take into account the revenue cut that platforms receive outside of PlayStation, and even assume that every single one of those 1.2 million players, say, spent like $50 in microtransactions, even then, we only get, kind of close to $80 million in revenue from all facets of Marathon, which comes nowhere close to breaking even on the reported $250 million budget. That, again, is conservative. But beyond raw sales, it's more the trend of the player base that truly indicates the status of a live service and its long-term viability. And with Marathon, while for some time it retained a decent player base, the trend was always downwards, and that trend has continued even 2 months after its release.
No
and
way.
Now we're at a point where the game is starting to delve into dangerous territory when it comes to Steam concurrent player numbers. We're getting to a point now where player numbers are starting to dip below 10,000 players, while 24-hour peaks are still in the mid to high 10,000s. As this downwards trend continues, I do believe that we're about to delve into the quadruple digit numbers, and with no signs indicating that this downwards trend can be mitigated and be turned around into an upswing. As this continues, while Marathon certainly will last significantly longer than the likes of Concord and Highguard and whatnot, I think the end result in the near to mid-term will be that Marathon will ultimately not survive. While Marathon was a valiant attempt on the part of Bungie to tackle the extraction shooter genre, and while Marathon was overall positively received during its peak golden times,
I mean, Destiny has been
ultimately
out for a while,
players are starting to lose
interest. It has a very established
in this game, and I've been contemplating more and more how different things could have been if Marathon had stuck to the guns that Bungie is really known for, which is combining that, best-in-class first-person shooter gameplay that Bungie has mastered with the kind of storytelling and scale of set pieces and just a sense of providing a more campaign-like experience akin to what Halo and even Destiny did. How if they had gone that route with Marathon instead of an extraction shooter, things might have turned out very different. There's so much cool material to work with when it comes to Marathon and its lore and its world building and what they can draw from, the old Marathon games that preceded even Halo. How they could have turned that into this cinematic, epic, narrative-driven campaign experience with also multiplayer components and, taking learnings from Halo campaigns with Destiny live service aspects and combine those. I'm imagining that scenario and how much more Marathon could have thrived if it hadn't tackled the niche genre of extraction shooters and made it so hardcore that it cannot touch the likes of Arc Raiders. If it had been more of an open world, first-person shooter campaign, live service experience, the potential of that, I think, would have been immense. Now, when we're on the topic of open world games, one that offers a really fun take on it is free-to-play title NTE, which blends urban open world with anime aesthetics alongside wacky supernatural elements. As someone who loves games like Grand Theft Auto, Saints Row, Sleeping Dogs, you name it, and as a big fan of anime, I appreciate the way this blend offers a more whimsical take on the genre. There are 5 massive city districts to explore, featuring a wide variety of biomes, including downtown central business districts and amusement parks to school campuses, mountain trails, and countryside landscapes, all populated with explorable buildings, NPC interactions, a full public transit system, and immersive elements like a day and night cycle and dynamic weather. On top of all that, there are 15 playable characters right now with varying play styles.
Wait, why? Why
Tons
can't
of
you?
fully customizable and upgradable vehicles, a wide variety of activities and mini games to discover, some of which can be played in multiplayer mode, as well as wild missions to take on, be it main story missions or side missions such as what are called anomaly stages, which has you fighting all kinds of creatively designed anomalous entities and creatures. It's an urban open world game with a lot of personality that isn't afraid to be eccentric. All the while, this game aims to be as grind-free and generous as possible despite its free-to-play model, offering full transparency on pull rates as well as guarantees of featured characters upon 90 pulls. If you have been looking for a new open-world game to get immersed in and want a more whimsical and supernatural take on it, you can use my link in the description and comment section below to check out NTE for free. All right, so back to Marathon. Let's look at additional numbers that highlight just how much worse Marathon is doing compared to competing live services. I bring up Arc Raiders yet again because, sure, while its numbers are not at the high level they were at its peak, its numbers at least still retain a level of decent concurrent player base that still highlights a healthy live service. 24-hour peaks that still go above 100,000 concurrent players, that's a great sign. And keep in mind that Arc Raiders came out before Marathon did, so you would expect that Arc Raiders would be dying off and that Marathon would be in a better place because it's a newer, shinier game. But the fact that Arc Raiders has been out longer and is still significantly more popular and has significantly retained more players than the newer, shinier Marathon has, like, that tells you everything. And then there is Twitch viewership. I think that's a pretty important stat because it highlights just how many content creators are actually streaming this game, how many people are actually interested in spotlighting this title and playing it for the masses to see, which could potentially draw on new eyes to Marathon or get new people interested in Marathon. I mean, the state of affairs on Twitch for Marathon is incredibly sad, with live viewers sitting in, the 2,500s, average viewers also sitting in the 2,500s. The live channels that stream this game are minuscule now compared to its launch. This is a game that content creators are moving on from, and in turn, that means that a lot of audience members will be moving on as well. So what exactly is causing Marathon's steady departure of players? Well, a key contributing component is the fact that Marathon is a very quote-unquote sweaty kind of extraction shooter, whereas Arc Raiders is something whose appeal you can understand kind of immediately. Marathon has a rather steep learning curve, and so that makes it very difficult for the general public to get into this game. But even for hardcore players, they're experiencing certain issues that's making Marathon less appealing. So, for example, there's a major issue right now when it comes to balancing, where the game allows for things like spamming grenades, as well as certain weapons like the Ares, being able to one-shot players no matter how rare or how good their gear is, making for very cheap-feeling matches now. Bungie have heard complaints about this, and they are working on this, but I mean, when the people who are sticking around for this game are the most hardcore players, and these are the players who are being afflicted by these kinds of massive balancing issues, I mean, this couldn't have come at a worse time. And then Marathon's inability to appeal to more casual gamers, and not even just casual, even veteran gamers who don't have the time or the patience to learn all of the intricacies that Marathon has to offer as a live service. This is an aspect that even Bungie is aware of, hence the proposal on the part of game director Joe Ziegler to introduce certain modes that will hopefully allow more casual leaning or even veteran gamers who can't quite grasp Marathon to get into this game. So, for example, there's this potential introduction of an idea called Dire Marsh Sponsored, which is a mode that would happen in specifically the Dire Marsh map, where instead of the typical extraction shooter format, instead of having gear that you extract that you then equip before diving into a match, there's a mode where all players would collect gear as you go and face off against other teams who are starting at the same point. So having everyone enter the map basically at an even playing field and then find gear along the way and then engage in matches that will eventually result in a victor. And if that sounds familiar to you, is because this format is very much akin to, as Forbes highlights here, a battle royale, with obvious parallels to specifically Apex Legends, which is more hero-based and squad and team-based. While Marathon's version of a battle royale would be different from something like Apex Legends in the sense that Marathon has lots of AI enemies, which isn't the case for traditional battle royales. There's no storm circle, no need to be the last team standing to win or extract. While there are certain key differences, ultimately, the overall functionality of this mode is very similar to a battle royale. And it very much steps away from the core identity of this game, which is supposed to be an extraction shooter. Now, this being a separate mode, it would be optional, but if we're at a point where developers are thinking about a mode that is very similar to Battle Royale to try to draw players in, that to me smells like desperation. There's this very clear desire to make extreme pivots in order to salvage what is very much a dying live service. They know that the core game of Marathon, this thing that they've spent so much money and so many years building, is ultimately not appealing enough, especially in this competitive market where live services are more prominent than ever, where the market is more saturated than ever, and where you as a competitor, even if you're Bungie, have to stand out more than ever because of the sheer amount of time and money and like learnings that you're expecting from players. There's so many live services out there, but people can only really attach themselves to one or two, and that's as much bandwidth as they'll have because of the high requirements as far as money and time is concerned that live services are associated with. I, for one, think that this Dire Marsh sponsored mode will come nowhere close to enough to be able to revitalize the player base of Marathon. It might bring some players in. You might see an uptick in Steam concurrent players, but this is not going to be the thing that will save the game, that will turn things around, that will make Marathon such a radically different game that appeals to the masses beyond the extremely hardcore players, that, you know, Marathon suddenly has a chance to live for many, many more years to come as a live service. Because ultimately, it's too much of a trend-chasing mode. It doesn't do anything that truly stands out, that makes it a must-play compared to other games in the genres that this game aims to tackle, that have had all this time to develop and become the flagship version of that genre that people gravitate towards if they want to play that specific type of game, whether it's like Arc Raiders for extraction shooters or Apex Legends or Fortnite for Battle Royale. Marathon just has too much of a learning curve, and while it does do things very competently, it doesn't stand out so much within the genre that it's tackling that it's enough to detract people away from the less hardcore versions of the genre. Even the most veteran of live service game players, including journalists like Paul Tassi and Gene Park, are coming out and talking about how ultimately it feels like Marathon was the wrong kind of game for Bungie to make. Feels like such a departure from what Bungie is traditionally known for. When you look at the Halo franchise or the Destiny franchise, and then you look at Marathon and compare that to Halo and Destiny, you know, it just feels like something got lost in transition, where Marathon feels more like a game mode than the fully fleshed out experiences that the likes of Halo and Destiny ended up being. You know, feeling like the worlds were fully realized. There was like a whole lot of narrative infused in them, a lot of cinematic set pieces, and a lot of great action gameplay moments that made those games feel more than just game modes, but rather fully fleshed out experiences with many facets to be engaged by. Marathon is just an extraction shooter first, and then in terms of narrative and world building and all these things, it happens in a very like ARG kind of way, or it happens through snippets of dialogue that are unlocked in the main menu as you fulfill contracts, but it's not the most engaging way to dole out narrative. Marathon is just lacking the handcraftedness that Halo and Destiny had when it comes to like the kind of content you experience, the narrative that you experience, and the melding of those two elements that kept so many people invested in those universes. It like does not resemble the original Marathon at all. The original Marathon had that handcraftedness. People wish that the modern Marathon would have harkened back to those games. Marathon as an extraction shooter just feels like it's Marathon just in name rather than in the substance and the kind of game
Wait,
people
there was
expect
an
from
earlier
the
marathon
Marathon
that was better
IP
than
for those
this
who
one?
were
I
there
don't get
back
it.
when Marathon first launched. And that's something that Paul Tassi, who again is a major player of live service games and someone who's been a Bungie fan for many years, talks about in his video. And even Gene Park kind of gives his take on Marathon and how, as valiant an effort as this game is, it's ultimately a game that, quote, I don't want to play. I replay Halo Infinite to get my modern Marathon fix. Bungie simply doesn't make games for me anymore. And Gene Parker is also someone who is all in on live services, who enjoys them tremendously. And for some reason, Marathon is just not quite clicking with him. While nobody's saying it's a bad game, it's not a game that has the kind of longevity that these other live services, especially Bungie's past endeavors, have had. And sure, there's upcoming content like a new runner shell. There are new maps coming, new guns, new mods, new cores, whatever, new contracts, new threats, so on and so forth. But, that's just like adding padding to an experience whose fundamentals are what's not ultimately appealing to people, or that is able to retain people for the long term, that has people ultimately going, well, that was fun while it lasted, but now I'm just going to move on to something else. And then with this mandatory seasonal wipe coming in that resets everything, like, I don't know how players are going to take that. While a lot of hardcore players know that this is kind of how extraction shooters work, something like Arc Raiders has more of an optional element of seasonal wipes rather than something that's mandatory, on top of it being something that, as an extraction shooter, just has more of an appeal for the masses. It's just a simpler kind of extraction shooter and a more easy to understand extraction shooter to get into. So beyond this downwards trend in not only concurrent players, but also just general buzz surrounding this game, like, people just have stopped talking about Marathon. You've got all of these hurdles that this game is facing that does not do it any favors. Issues that hardcore players are facing, and obstacles and roadblocks and just uphill climbs that casual players are simply not willing to go through, unless, like, whatever new content and modes they introduce to Marathon down the line are so drastically fun and interesting and unique and experimental and just stand out from the live service pack that it makes players curious enough to check it out. And only then can Marathon have the potential to have any kind of comeback. But that's just so incredibly difficult. Those occurrences are rare, not impossible, but very rare. And it's a matter of how much patience does Sony and PlayStation and its executive leadership have with Marathon having to recurrently spend money to maintain the servers and also to produce new content, while not selling enough copies of the base game to make up for the amount of money spent on, developing this game and continuing to spend money on this game, and also its microtransactions not feeling substantial enough to feel like its monetization system is making up for the costs associated with this title. How much patience does Sony and PlayStation have? How much runway are they willing to give Marathon? How much more money are they willing to burn on this in the hopes that the investment eventually in the long term pays off? And, they're assessing, what if we, by putting more money into Marathon, that's ultimately a gamble that will not pay off and we'll just end up losing more money down the line? What if it's better to just cut the cord on Marathon and have Bungie go back to making what they are most known for, which is Destiny or something akin to it? I'll remind you that Sony invested $3.6 billion in Bungie, and so there is a lot of scrutiny on Bungie to deliver. And looking at Marathon's numbers here, as good of a time as the players who are sticking around for Marathon may be having with this title, as tight as the first-person shooter gameplay might be, and as valiant an effort as this game might have been, these numbers right here, 1.2 million copies sold,
maybe
they
now,
will reboot it like Final
dipping
Fantasy
into less
14.
than 10,000 concurrent players as this trend continues to go downwards. These numbers do not reflect a kind of live service that executives would have patience with for many, many years to come. This feels like if Marathon doesn't turn things around in the next few months, then this is another live service that will end up in the grave, and sooner rather than later. It might be months before we hear such an announcement. Hell, it might be a year or two, but I do think that the writing might be on the wall for Marathon, unless there's something truly drastic that is being worked on behind the scenes that I don't know about that will shock the world. This is just not viable. It's simply not. Like, from a realistic mathematical, financial standpoint, and when you like look at the history of how companies like Sony and PlayStation operate, this is just not something that investors would be pleased by. The state of Marathon is plain and simply incredibly grim. 2 months after launch, I hoped to see any signs of like things have stabilized or things that are on the upswing. But the downwards trend continues, and it shows no signs of stopping. I've covered these kinds of trends before, and every single time, without fail, we eventually saw the announcement of this live service will close. So I think that's where Marathon is headed, as sad as it might be to say for those who are and have been enjoying Marathon. But that's my take. I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on the current state of Marathon in the comments below. And to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys.
How long have I been
next
streaming?
time. Young Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe I should take a break because I do need to do some other work. And I have to prepare for streaming politics. Shall we take a break? I've been doing an art stream. Art streams are good, but they're not super popular, I think. What do you think? You're leaving, Lucy? For a bit, yeah. I have to do some work. Then I will have to prepare for a thing at midnight. Then after midnight, I will stream politics. What do you think? I think this should be different. After midnight for me, yeah. How do you like the animation? I have a plan for it. I have a plan for this animation. It feels quite junky at times right now, but I have a nice idea on how to make it fluent in the bits that it's still junky yet. When she's stretching out her arms, I'm gonna make it more fluent. You're gonna see. gonna be good. The drawings quality is pretty consistent, I feel. It's not horrible. There might be some things that I need to work on. Definitely, I feel like, hold on. This. This might need a rework. Oh, I'm doing. Oh, hello. Is it easy? I'm not so sure. I think it's pretty difficult actually. I think animation is pretty difficult actually. I'm gonna have to correct a lot of this animation. Okay. I'll be back. Why is the dono bar cursed? I actually don't know. It's giving a very weird number. I don't know why the dono bar is cursed. It's encouraging you to donate some more. Okay. I'm gonna raid you. After I'm gonna be doing politics later. We're gonna have to polish this animation. I can see a bunch of mistakes on it that I'm just seeing now, but not good. Okay. I'm gonna raid you to the line, maybe. No, I don't want. Why not? The line. Okay, see you. See you soon. I'll see you soon.